Better Off Dead, a Cori Sloane Witch Mystery. Cori Sloane Witch Mysteries, Book 4. Written by Tegan Maher. Narrated by Scarlet Cross. Chapter 1. Come on, Sam, you don't really believe that. I scoffed, leaning back and propping my feet on the corner of my desk. Sam, my second-in-command and human father figure, just grinned at me. "Faith, girl, you gotta have faith." I smiled back. "It's gonna take more than faith to get the Browns to the Super Bowl next year." He shrugged and scratched his salt and pepper whiskers. "Maybe, but I'm willing to do my part. Besides, they had some decent first-round draft picks. It's possible." "Anything's possible," I replied. "Probable is another story." My cell dinged with an incoming text, interrupting his retort. I loved needling him about football, if for no other reason than it was good to rattle his otherwise unshakable cage every once in a while. "It's Alex," I said, swinging my legs down off my desk. "As much as I love listening to your deluded fantasies, I've got hot wings and cold beer waiting for me. You sure you don't want to go?" Since we'd spent most of the week doing inventory and catching up on annual staff training activities, we'd already put in our 40 hours and then some. We'd only come in that morning to check in and make sure everything was in order for the weekend. He shook his head. "Nope, I'm gonna knock off early too, but there are fish out there just waiting to jump on my line." "In other words," I said, "you're gonna row out to your little hidey hole, throw a line in the water, and take a nap?" "Hey, sometimes I catch fish too." His devilish grin belied his 60-some years, and I was glad to see him smile. He'd had a rough go of it a few months ago, with all the werewolf packs on the East Coast in upheaval and some gruesome murders in a row to deal with. Thankfully, things had been quiet for a while. "Okay, then," I said as my phone dinged again. "He's outside waiting for me. Have a good time on the boat, and don't let one of the whoppers you're gonna dream about pull you overboard. If you need me, we're going back to my place. I have some maintenance stuff around the house that needs done, and he's gonna help me after we eat." I grabbed my purse from my desk drawer and head toward the door. "Bye, Miss Ellen. Have a good evening." Miss Ellen had ruled the front desk at the Castle Bluff Sheriff's Office with an iron fist since God was a boy. And she didn't show any signs of going anywhere soon. She glanced up at me through her new bedazzled cat's eye glasses and gave me a smile she reserved for the handful of people she liked. "Have a good day, sweetie. See you tomorrow." I pushed my way through the door and huffed out of breath as the heat and humidity blasted me in the face. Georgia in the summer was brutal, but there was nowhere else I would have rather lived. It wasn't even 11 yet, and the temperatures were already soaring. Alex, the guy I'd been dating for over a year, was waiting at the curb. He reached across the seat and shoved the truck door open for me, and I climbed in, tossing my bag in the seat beside us. "Hey, hot stuff," he said, leaning across the seat for a quick kiss. "How was this day in the life of Castle Bluff's finest sheriff?" I laughed. "Just like every other day, pretty much. Sue Ellen Casto came in complaining about her neighbors partying and letting their kids run around like hooligans at all hours of the night." I rolled my eyes. "They had the audacity to have a birthday party for their 10-year-old that lasted till almost 10. In other news, Mrs. Doherty's cat was lost again, and Old Man Sutherland's Angus bull busted through the fence and made hay with the neighbor's milk cows." Alex laughed as he pulled away from the curb, his green eyes twinkling. "I don't know how you stand the excitement." I huffed. You say that because you didn't have to soothe an old lady with a mood on, or climb 2 stories in an oak tree to fetch a cat who didn't want to be fetched. No, I did not, he replied. But I did have to talk to your mother. She used the pretense of updating me on pack news to tell me about 3 new engagements in the pack, then went on to gush about how beautiful fall weddings are. Just wow. My mother had been trying to light a fire under us to move our relationship forward for the last couple of months. But much to her chagrin, we were happy where we were at. Yeah, I dodged her today too, I said, sighing. And you win. I'll take Mrs. Doherty's cat any day of the week and twice on Sundays. Then I think we both deserve a drink and some comfort food, he said, pulling into Sully's parking lot. Hear, hear. The cool interior of the pub was welcome, not just because it was a relief from the heat, but because I felt at home. The place was a Castle's Bluff institution, and I'd been going there my entire life. The owner, Sully, was a bear shifter and was about the same size in his human form as he was in his bear form. He was leaning on the bar, his bar towel tossed over one shoulder, talking politics with a couple of old-timers. Shifter politics, though. Human politics, along with religion, was a taboo topic in the bar for obvious reasons. When he saw me, his eyes lit up. "And there's my girl," he said in a strange but pleasant mix of Southern accent and Irish brogue. "How are ye today, lass?" I slid up on my favorite stool and hung my purse on the hook under the bar. "Thirsty," I said, "and starvin'." Sully reached across the bar and took Alex's hand in his baseball mitt-sized hand. "And how about you, lad?" Alex was the first guy I dated that Sully approved of, which spoke volumes. He was the best judge of character I'd ever met. "The same," Alex replied, shaking his hand before settling onto the stool next to me. Sully turned to pour 2 beers. "Burgers, then?" I shook my head. "Nope, I'm mixing it up." "How about wings and fries?" Alex held up 2 fingers. Sully smiled as he slid our beers in front of us. 20 hot wings and extra crispy fries coming up. Better make it 25 if I have to share, Alex said, giving me the side eye. I don't want to lose a finger. Smart man, Sully said, winking and turning toward the kitchen window to call back our order. One of the benefits of being a werewolf, well, half werewolf, was that I could eat whatever I wanted without worrying about gaining weight. As a matter of fact, my metabolism ran so high that I had to eat like a horse just to keep weight on. While we waited, the front doors pushed open and a busty redhead and a tall dark-haired man stepped inside. They made a beeline to the bar and chose seats a couple of stools down from us. Sully took their drink orders and slid 2 beers in front of them. I opened up my witchy senses, that's the other half of my genes, to get a feel for them. My mind brushed against a brick wall, which instantly threw up a red flag. Humans typically didn't have walls. Most of them didn't even believe psychics were real. The redhead frowned and whipped her head in my direction, her green eyes narrowed. A wave of incredible magic flashed through my brain, and from the way Alex gasped, I knew she was poking his melon too. "Oh," she said to me, matter of fact, as the magic receded from my mind. "I get why you did it, Sheriff. But still, I haven't had the greatest experience with people crawling around in my head lately. You could have just introduced yourself." Her quick assault and withdrawal had left me a little queasy, and I struggled to regain my equilibrium. The man with her shot her a questioning look, and she tilted her head in our direction after glancing around to make sure she wouldn't be overheard. The good sheriff here just skipped the niceties and jumped straight to the noodle probe to find out who we are. She held out her hand, her green eyes snapping a little. Next time, you might want to at least try the flies with sugar approach first. After what I've just gone through, you're lucky I didn't fry you before I realized who you were and what you were trying to do. My name's Noelle Flynn, and this is my boyfriend, Hunter Woods. Chapter 2. Cori Sloane, I replied, irritated by her attitude, but knowing I sorta deserved it. And this is Alex Dixon.
Nice to meet you,
Hunter said.
We're here on vacation from Keyhole Lake. Our friends Coralie and Buddy are around here somewhere.
He glanced at his phone.
They'll be here any minute.
I raised a brow. Are they special too? Noelle laughed. Well, they are, but not like that. Coralie owns our beauty parlor. Just then, a middle-aged blonde with huge 80s hair and perfect makeup strode into the bar with a tall drink of water about her age. He said something, and she laughed, and then bumped him with her shoulder. Even in her platform sandals, he still had a solid 8 inches on her, but there was no doubt who ruled the roost in that relationship. Not that he looked like he minded. "Hey, y'all," she said when she reached us. "Sorry we're late. The airboat ride took longer than we thought it would." Hunter gave the man a disbelieving look.
You took an airboat ride? You have 2 of them at home.
"I know," he replied.
But you wanted to go, and I wanted a chance to talk to the guy about his motor. That puppy was a doozy.
The blonde turned to us, glancing back and forth between us and Noelle and Hunter. "I'm Coralie," she said, holding out a perfectly manicured hand, her long red nails glistening. "And this here's Buddy." We made introductions, then they decided to get a table. By that time, our wings were there, so we turned our attention to our food. Eating was serious business for a werewolf. Alex joked about my appetite, but it was nothing compared to his. While we ate, I kept glancing toward the witch, trying to place where I knew the name from. Finally, when we were in the truck halfway to my house, it clicked. "Holy crap!" I exclaimed. "Do you know who that was?" He laughed.
I believe she said her name was Noelle something.
"Yeah," I said, the weight of the situation falling on me. I thought she was just posturing when she said I was lucky she hadn't fried me, but now I knew she was dead serious. I decided on the spot to be less invasive when I checked people out, or at least more careful until I knew who I was dealing with. "Noelle Flynn, one of the Keyhole Lake witches. Those women are badass. She, her little sister, and her cousin just played a huge role in keeping the Regional Witches Council from being overtaken. I've heard her sister was marked by an angel and has like this super magic." Alex gave me a goofy grin.
Why, Cordelia, are you fangirling?
I scowled and swatted at him. "No? Well, maybe a little. Those women are legends in the witch community, and don't call me Cordelia." He went silent for a minute.
Wait a minute. Keyhole Lake. Don't they have a moratorium on werewolves?
I wobbled my head side to side. Sort of, but it's a will and agreement. We're allowed in the town, we're just not allowed to shift inside county limits. And to be fair, we kind of did it to ourselves. The economy hinges on tourism, and they're understandably concerned about the magical community being outed by a bunch of rowdy teenage wolves shifting on the beach. It's happened a few times, and they had a rough time smoothing it over. Alex thought about that for a minute as he turned onto the road that led to my place.
I guess I can see that then. I'd heard we weren't allowed there at all.
"No," I said, shaking my head. "We're just not allowed to shift there, unless it's a do-or-die situation."
What about her man, Hunter? Is he a witch too?
Nope, I said. Just a normal guy. He knows all about it, though. He's the sheriff, and from what I've heard, he's really cleaned the place up.
I wonder what brought them to Castle's Bluff.
He mused. I have no clue, I said. But at least I have one group of tourists I don't have to worry about. She's not going to start any trouble, and if somebody does oops and do something goofy, she's not going to freak out. Most people in Castle's Bluff knew the deal and followed the no magic or shifting in front of humans rule, but stuff happened. Humans wandered onto posted land, and kids messed up and did some sort of magic inside of them. It was always a huge pain in the butt from an administrative standpoint. Thankfully, most human brains went out of their way to process whatever they saw into something mundane. A trick of the light, imagination, a strong breeze, anything but magic. After all, it was perfectly reasonable that a strong wind could have made a candy bar fall into a little kid's hand at the store, and if a balloon turned from red to purple, it was obviously a trick of the light, because magic wasn't real. As badly as I hated to admit it to Alex, I was a little starstruck. Her family was like magical royalty in our parts, and I sort of hoped we ran into her again. We were only about a mile from my house when a fire engine red vintage Caddy convertible zoomed past us top down. Since we were on the backside of nowhere, a car like that was hard to miss. It was the driver, however, that caught my attention, not because she was pretty or looked glamorous in a young Thelma and Louise way, though she and the woman with her were definitely rocking that look too. No, she caught my eye because I knew her, or at least I had. She'd been my best friend until she died 5 years ago. Chapter 3. "Turn the truck around," I barked as soon as I could form a coherent thought. "Now, please." Alex looked at me like I'd lost my mind, but hit the brakes to do as I asked.
Why?
He asked.
What's going on? You're not really gonna chase somebody down for speeding, are you?
"Just do it," I replied, doing my best to keep the Cadillac in sight. It seemed like it took him forever to whip the truck around in a 3-point turn in the middle of the road, though I knew it couldn't have been more than a few seconds. I anxiously followed the Caddy as it disappeared around a curve.
Now what?
Alex said as soon as he was headed in the other direction. "Now catch that Caddy." He stepped on it without further information, apparently trusting my instincts. I didn't mean to leave him in the dark. It was just that my brain was trying to adjust to what I'd just seen. It kept veering off in that human way I just explained, but I wouldn't let it. I had werewolf vision. My eyes didn't deceive me, and despite the scarf and sunglasses, I'd be able to pick that face out of any crowd. After all, I'd spent my entire life looking at it nearly every day. Rhea Butler had been my best friend since kindergarten. She was a human, though, and much more fragile than I was. She'd been killed when a tipsy driver ran her off the road on her way home one night. There'd been no moon, and her night vision had always been bad. I'd been devastated. To this day, I came down on drunk drivers like a ton of bricks. Living in rural Georgia, there was a lot of redneck kids-will-be-kids crap that went on. For the most part, I tended to let it slide if it was something stupid and harmless, but I had a zero-tolerance policy for anybody that tipped back a few too many and got behind the wheel. The way I saw it, I couldn't save Rhea. But I could keep somebody else alive and save dozens of others the heartbreak. I drew in a deep breath and let it out. Bless his heart. He was driving as fast as he could around the curves and doing his best to catch the Caddy without so much as a whisper of explanation. "She was my best friend."
Was?
He asked, not daring to take his eyes off the road.
From your reaction, I'm assuming you didn't have a pillow fight?
One, nobody over the age of 8 actually has a pillow fight. 2, you're assuming correctly. She died when we were 21. His eyebrows practically shot off his forehead, or at least the one I could see did.
Say what now?
She died in a car crash. DUI. Hit and run. Them, not her. That was the best I could manage around the lump in my throat. And I appreciated that he didn't think even for a second I'd seen wrong. Or, if he did, he didn't voice it.
Did you actually go to the funeral?
He asked.
You know, see her?
I shook my head slowly, my mind drifting back to that terrible day. I only remembered flashes of it, just like everything that had happened in the few days following her death. There were only disjointed bits and pieces, but I did know that for sure, because I hadn't gotten to say goodbye, even to her body. No, it was closed casket. She was thrown from the car.
Then maybe she wasn't killed then. Maybe Sean or one of his people found her and saved her.
Sean Castle was the town's founder and a vampire. He wasn't the type to interfere, but he sometimes did things on a whim. There was often no rhyme or reason to it, though he'd been somewhat of a mentor to me over the last year or so. He was a mystery. It wasn't outside the realm of possibility that he'd come across her or known what was going on, but it seemed he knew everything that went on. No, the mystery was why, if he had, they'd left me in the dark to grieve alone. The caddy's taillights flashed as it took a curve a little too quickly ahead of us, and I thought for a minute that we were going to catch her. My phone rang, but I ignored it. A minute later, my radio, which I always carried, crackled on the seat beside me.
Cori,
Sam's tinny voice said.
Answer your phone.
2 seconds later, it rang again, and I grabbed it off my seat. Yeah, Sam, what is it? I'm kinda in the middle of something here.
Well, get out of the middle of it. There's been an accident at Kitty's.
His tone brooked no argument, but I had to catch Rhea. What kind of accident? I put one of the deputies on it. I'm off for the evening.
The kind that made somebody dead,
he replied, his tone grim.
So, as bad as I hate to pull you away from whatever Friday night delights you're involved in, you're gonna have to postpone it.
I glanced toward the caddy, then at Alex, torn. He shook his head a little.
You know what you have to do,
he said, slowing the truck and pulling off into a wide spot to turn around.
Besides, we weren't gonna catch her anyway. That thing's a boat, but she's driving it like it's a Ferrari. There's no way.
I watched as the taillights flashed once again, then disappeared around the next curve. For the first time in a long time, I really wished I could just skip being the sheriff and do as I pleased. But I couldn't. Duty called.
You're right,
I said, sighing.
Let's go check out the catastrophe du jour.
Chapter 4. Disappointment washed over me as we headed back the way we'd come. Kitty Winchester, Sully's cousin, owned a quaint little B&B on the outskirts of town. It was far enough out that it provided privacy, but close enough that it was convenient to go to town to eat or shop. You rarely saw any of Kitty's boarders in town for breakfast, though, because that woman put out a spread. Piping hot blueberry muffins and buttermilk biscuits and gravy, fluffy pancakes with real maple syrup, crispy bacon. My stomach growled just thinking about it, even though we'd just eaten. Unfortunately, it was short-lived. Between dealing with whatever was at the B&B and sighting Rhea, my stomach was doing flip-flops. Though it sucked that somebody was dead, I truly hoped it was an accident or natural causes. Visions of the brutal murders that I'd dealt with several months ago flashed through my mind, and I closed my eyes. willing the situation ahead to not be anything close to that. Castle's Bluff was usually your stereotypical sleepy small town despite all the shifters and witches, but because of them, we did have the occasional fight or feud, and when you were dealing with wolves, foxes, badgers, and other predators, things could get ugly. That's why we'd formed a coalition a few months prior, a pet project my mother had worked toward for years. We now had a system of laws that applied to everybody, and because magical beings had so much power at their disposal, they were necessarily harsher than human laws. The extra oomph kept a lot of would-be troublemakers in line. There were several cars in the small lot in front of Kitty's, and when we pulled up, the woman herself was waiting for us on the porch. A few small clusters of people were gathered on the wraparound porch, and all eyes turned to us as we climbed the steps. "Hey, Kitty," I said, noting the worry lines around her eyes. Her tan skin had a yellow pallor to it, and her brown eyes, usually warm and welcoming, were shadowed. "Hi, Cori, Alex," she said, her forehead creased. "I'm glad to see you, but I'm sorry it's under such horrible circumstances. What's going on?" I tried to glance around her and into the house, but the front door was closed. "Sam said there was an accident." She wrung her hands and turned toward the front door. "If only that were so. Follow me." As soon as we stepped inside, it was obvious what the tragedy was. A woman lay sprawled on the dining room floor, her limbs twisted at odd angles. Blood pooled beneath her head, staining the Victorian print rug underneath her. Her face was turned away from us. I glanced up to try to figure out what had happened. "It looks like she fell over the railing," Kitty said. I furrowed my brow, knowing from experience that the banister would have hit the woman at waist level. That would be nearly impossible to do accidentally. She sighed and cast a glance over her shoulder, where a couple of guests were trying to get a glimpse of the goings-on. Hunter stepped in front of them and pulled the door shut. I gave a small smile, wondering if he knew he'd just thwarted a nosy wolf shifter. Then I figured it didn't really matter. If Noelle was anywhere near as powerful as the rumors said she was, she'd turn anyone to cinder who raised a finger toward him magically. Physically, I had little doubt he could manage just fine on his own. I pulled my mind back to the task at hand and turned off my emotions as best I could, cloaking myself in my professional persona, then walked around the body, taking in details as I went. I blew out a sad breath when I saw who it was. Daisy Westfield. She was a human, but had lived in Castle's Bluff her entire life. She worked at the local grocery store and rented a room full-time from Kitty in exchange for helping her cook and clean. "Oh, Daisy," I said softly. "What happened to you?" Kitty sniffed, and I looked up to see tears streaming down her face. "I don't know," she said. "But you're gonna find out, right, Cori?" She was looking at me like I had all the answers, when in fact, I didn't have a clue. Everybody loved Daisy. Even her ex-husband sang her praises, and he didn't like anybody. "I'll do my best, Kitty, I promise you that much." I turned back toward the porch. "Did anybody see anything?" She shook her head. "No, but they did hear her scream. That, nice group from Keyhole Lake was here in their rooms, and there were a couple others, too. I haven't really talked to them, but I heard them talking while we were waiting for you." Tires crunched on the gravel outside, and I hoped it was Colleen, the coroner, and her crew.
"Are all your guests here right now?"
Alex said. She shook her head. "No, there's a couple from Augusta missing. They left right after breakfast to go shopping. That was a solid 2 hours before it happened." Though Castle's Bluff had originally started out as a sanctuary for paranormals, word had eventually gotten out that humans had moved to our little burg. Now, most of the town relied on tourism in one way or another, and cutesy shops lined Main Street, offering everything from tacky seashell art to New Age candles and oils, run by a witch who knew her stuff. Okay then, so everybody who was here when it happened is outside. She nodded. Good. Let's go see what they have to say. One of our 3 ambulances sat outside with the back doors open. Colleen, a short middle-aged woman with curly blonde hair, strode toward us carrying a black box. She motioned toward the door with her head. The victim inside? I nodded. Yeah, looks like she fell over the banister, or maybe she was pushed. I paused. It's Daisy. She ran a hand over her face and sadness shadowed her features. Oh, no. Rather than say anything else, I just pinched my lips together and nodded. Well then, she said. Let's get to it. Was it an accident? I wasn't willing to declare it a murder until we had all the facts. I can't say for sure. I haven't checked the upstairs hall to see if there's anything on the floors or signs of a struggle. I'll get on that then and let you know if I find anything. If there was one thing I could say about Colleen, it was that she was good. I'd never known her to miss so much as a stray scratch, so there was no need to helicopter her. Instead, I turned toward the guest, priming myself to determine truth from fiction. Chapter 5. I decided to question Noelle and Hunter and their friends first. He'd been keeping an eye on us and had also helped me out with crowd management, but I didn't know him. His reputation preceded him, and I couldn't see a good cop or an even better witch murdering the maid while they were on vacation. Still, stranger things had happened. So, I assume you know the drill, I said, a dry half-smile on my lips after I pulled him and Noelle aside. I'd heard about a few murders they'd had down their way. They'd had a rough year, too. Did either of you see anything? He shook his head.
We'd just gotten back from lunch. The only reason we came back was because Noelle blopped a wing sauce down the front of her shirt and she wanted to change.
He glanced at her and she nodded. I wondered if I'd made a mistake questioning them together rather than apart, but that milk was already spilled. She nodded, then blushed a little. We were, changing clothes when somebody screamed from the hallway. Which room are you staying in? The one at the end of the hall downstairs, she said. The Magnolia Room. Kitty had named all 6 of the guest rooms after trees that attract honeybees. She did it as a lark, playing on the bear honey stereotype, but she was just this side of Winnie the Pooh when it came down to brass tacks. She imported local honeys from all over the country. The room she was talking about didn't have a direct line of sight to the body. By the time we got to the dining room, she was just lying there. Hunter checked, but she was already gone. I was watching her face carefully. I was decent at picking out a liar, but all I saw was a flicker of sadness. We talked with her a few times, and she was so nice to us. She even made us a little lunch to take fishing with us yesterday. I turned to Hunter. Did anything stand out? He shook his head.
I've run it through my head a dozen times, and I didn't see or hear anything unusual. The only thing I noticed is that the front door was standing open for the first time since we've been here. Kitty usually keeps it shut since she runs the AC.
Did you guys pull it shut behind you when you got home? Despite my effort to pull them aside, the other couple who'd been with them at lunch joined us. We absolutely did, the Coralie woman said. I run a business. I know how bad the light bill can get when folks leave the door standing open like they was born in a barn. That door was closed when we went to our rooms. Her boyfriend nodded earnestly.
She's a stickler for such things. I closed it myself, so I know it latched.
Since they were already there, I figured I may as well question them too. Where in the heck was Sam so he could help me sort this mess? And which room are you two in? I asked. The honeysuckle room, she replied. That's my favorite tree. I have 3 of them in my yard. Her room was situated right beside Noelle's, so there was no way they could have seen anything either. Nor would either couple have had any reason to be upstairs. Still, I had to ask. She shook her head, and I noticed that not a single hair moved. It was like her hair was set upon her head like a perfectly styled helmet. I wondered idly how long it took her to get that kind of height. Then dragged myself back to the conversation. Did you hear or see anything? Nope, she said. We sure didn't, sugar. Well, we heard the poor thing scream, but by the time we got out of our room into the dining room, poor Hunter was already there checking to see if she had a pulse. A thoughtful expression crossed her face. Though, now that I think about it, we were talking this morning while she was setting up breakfast. She was just giving me the lowdown on the town. I saw Noelle roll her eyes and smile a little out of the corner of my eye, and wondered what that was about, but didn't interrupt Coralie to ask. And she was telling me about having some problems with a girl she'd known from way back. Apparently, she had this big secret. You know, the kind that puts you in a bind if you're asked to keep it. Anyway, she was waffling about whether or not she should. Did she say what the secret was? She shook her head. Nope, I told her to tell me since I was a stranger and not from around here, and I'd give her some advice, but we were interrupted by that shrew. She pointed a lacquered finger toward an older woman sitting with a portly gentleman on the porch. Because she didn't have any separate towels for her feet and face. Coralie scoffed. The woman ain't got the sense God gave a wooden goose or any sort of manners at all. She made Daisy stop what she was doing to go fetch her 3 more towels right then. By the time she got back, other folks were up and about, and we didn't talk no more about it. Movement over her right shoulder kept catching my eye, but when I looked to see what it was, there was nothing there. Noelle, however, looked like she was fighting not to say something. She was glaring toward the spot, but when I looked at her, she gave me a bright, fake smile. How odd. I didn't sense any dishonesty from her or any of them, but that was weird. Well, are you all going to be in town for a bit? Hunter nodded.
We're here for another 5 days. If you need anything at all, you know where to find us.
He pulled his wallet out of his pocket and fished out a business card, then handed it to me.
The bottom number is my cell.
Wow, I said, handing him one of mine in return. You put your cell on your cards. If I did that, I'd have people calling me nonstop. He grinned.
I have 2 sets, one for professional contacts and one for citizens. Trust me, I feel your pain.
The struggle is real, I said, smiling back. Kitty had brought out a tray of snacks and a pitcher of tea, but the other guests were getting restless. I need to go, but thanks for your cooperation. If you think of anything else, please call. We will, Noelle said, casting a final glance back toward the house as they turned toward their truck. And good luck. We've been in your shoes far more often than I want to admit. I could definitely get where she was coming from. I was getting a little tired of walking in them myself. Chapter 6. Thankfully, Sam showed up as they pulled away, and he split the interviews with me. Kitty had a full house, which meant we had another 4 couples to talk to. I decided to handle the cranky woman who'd been mean to Daisy that morning myself. Hi, I said, holding my hand out to her. I'm Sheriff Cori Sloane. She took it and gave me a limp dish rag shake as she looked down her nose at me. I took an instant dislike to her, but shoved that back. I couldn't let personal feelings cloud my perspective. Harold and Claire Smith, her husband said, shoving his hand at me. I struggled to resist the urge to wipe my fingers on my jeans after shaking his clammy palm. One thing I knew for sure, neither of them did any type of manual labor. Their hands were soft as babies' bottoms. "Nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Smith," I said. "I hate to intrude on your vacation. I just need to ask you a few questions, then you can be on your way. First, do you have any identification on you?" "Identification?" she said, clearly upset that I wasn't willing to take her at her word.
"Now, Claire,"
Harold said as he reached for his wallet.
"She's just doing her job. Show her your license."
She glared at him but did as he asked. I took a picture of each of them with my phone, then handed them back. "Okay," Claire said. "Now let's get the questions over with. We have a busy schedule today." "Okay then," I agreed. "Let's start with what room you're in." "We're in the cherry blossom room," she replied. "Ah, the middle room upstairs?" I already knew it was. The door to it was situated almost directly behind where Daisy had gone over. "Yes," she said, "but we didn't hear anything." "Nothing?" I asked, brow raised. "The guests in the downstairs rooms all say they heard her scream." "Oh," she spluttered. "Well, of course we heard that, just nothing else." I tilted my head and examined them. Mr. Smith took a step closer to me, nudging his wife to the side a little.
"You'll have to pardon us. We've never seen a dead body or been part of a murder investigation before. What Claire's trying to ineloquently say is that we heard the young lady scream, but just assumed you knew that. We didn't, however, see or hear anything else out of the ordinary."
I mulled that over for a few seconds, running my tongue over my teeth. He gave me a polite smile, and she echoed the gesture, though hers was a bit more strained. "I understand you had an unfortunate experience with the deceased this morning." She fluttered her hand, and the sun glinted off her rock of a wedding ring, drawing my eye. I stifled a laugh when I noticed one of her fingers had a Snoopy Band-Aid on it. "The only thing unfortunate about it is that this place doesn't provide enough towels, or soap either for that matter. They expect me to use the same little bar more than once. I asked her to get me some towels and she did." That was much more polite than Coralie had described, and for some reason I was leaning heavily toward believing the no-nonsense hairdresser over these pompous jerks. Still, I was willing to leave them enough rope to hang themselves, at least for now. The silly bandage on her hand caught my attention again. "What did you do to your finger?" I asked. She glanced at her hand and huffed. "Oh, I pinched it in my suitcase. Another example of the shortcomings of this hovel. All that silly maid had in the way of a first aid kit was a crumpled box of children's bandages in her purse. Don't think I won't be mentioning that in my Yelp review, too." I resisted the urge to roll my eyes, deciding escape was the best course of action. "Thank you for your time, then. How long are you going to be in town?"
"For 3 more days,"
Harold said.
"We're off to the lake. We've chartered a yacht for the day."
I smiled. The only charter service going right now was Charlie Campbell's, and if they thought they were going out for a yachting excursion, they were sadly mistaken. Far be it from me to burst their bubble, though, and I just told them to have a great time. The last couple I interviewed had been in the back courtyard. Kitty had seen them there and hadn't heard anything at all. Sam finished up a couple minutes after I did, then joined Alex and me at his truck. "What do you think?" I asked. He pulled his hat off, ran his fingers through his salt and pepper hair, then shoved it back on.
"I think it stinks. But neither of the couples I interviewed set off any alarm bells. What about you?
I talked to 2 couples before you got here. They're here together. I'm not setting them aside completely, but I'm not inclined to put them on the suspect list.
Why not?
He asked, his expression sharp.
If they were here, they're suspects.
I know, I said, holding my palm out. But these aren't just any guess. I explained who they were and thought for a few minutes.
It's easy enough to learn a little more about 'em,
he said.
Just call your mom to get the witchy lowdown on the Flynn woman, and I'll call down to Eagle Gap. The sheriff and I go way back, and he'll give me the scoop on the Woods character.
Calling my mom wasn't a bad idea anyway. I was, after all, dealing with one of the most powerful witches in the region, maybe even the country, and there could be political consequences. The woman seemed nice enough, but it wouldn't hurt to cover the bases. I sighed. Well, hell. Looks like I dodged her all afternoon for nothing. Now I'm gonna have to apologize for that on top of everything else. And if there was one thing my mother was good at personally, it was basking in the glow of a good apology. Chapter 7. Listen, Sam, I said, rubbing the back of my neck and shifting my weight from foot to foot. I wasn't quite sure how to broach the subject of Rhea. He'd been off the night of the accident. That haunted him, even though realistically there was nothing he could have done. I thought I saw something earlier. He waited for me to finish, his expression open. I started again, shaking my head and pushing my hair back from my forehead. No, I know I saw something earlier, even though I know it shouldn't be possible.
Well, spit it out,
he replied, rolling his fingers in the get on with it gesture. I took a deep breath and looked him in the eye. I saw Rhea earlier. That's what I was doing when you called me, following her. She was in an old red Cadillac convertible, top down and driving like a maniac. He blinked a couple times while he processed that, then his gaze softened.
Honey, I get it. I know how bad you want that to be the truth, but it just isn't.
Usually, I appreciated his concern, but this time it came across as patronizing and just made me mad. No, Sam, you don't get it. It's not like she died last week and I'm still mourning her death. I'm telling you, I'm clear as a bell, and it was her. I'd know her anywhere. I'm not mistaking somebody for her, and my eyes aren't playing tricks on me. I waited for him to look at me, then stiffened my spine with resolve. I don't know how or why, but this afternoon I saw Rhea Butler driving a vintage caddy down CR 45, pretty as you please, without a care in the world. Rather than make some kind of argument, he leaned back against the side of his truck and chewed on his toothpick. He seemed to come to some sort of decision because he nodded.
Okay, then, you saw Rhea. Now, what are we gonna do about it?
I don't know, I said, leaning beside him. But right now, I guess we have a murder to solve.
Hold up,
he said, putting his arm out before I could walk away.
You can't just drop this on me, then shrug it off. There are repercussions and some mighty odd timing going on here.
What do you mean? He arched a brow at me.
Really, Cori? You can't think of a single reason why Rhea's reappearance right now after being gone half a decade would throw a wrench into things.
Realization dawned, and it must have shown on my face.
Yeah,
Sam said.
Now you're getting it.
At the time she'd been killed, Rhea had worked at a diner on the other end of town. Daisy had been her manager. I'd loved Rhea, but she'd had a wild streak that had shown through in her work. She'd missed work a few times and was late a lot. On the night she'd died, she'd shown up an hour late to work, and poor Daisy had no choice but to fire her. She'd gotten the directive straight from the owner. Rhea had plowed out of there in a rage, slinging gravel and screaming invectives at Daisy out the window as she left, and that's the last time anybody saw her alive. So you think she's back after all this time to kill Daisy? That seemed a little too far outside the realm of reality for me. He shrugged.
Who knows? You know she had a temper, and we don't know where she's been. If this is the first time she's been able to come back, then maybe she was just taking care of business. After all, if Daisy hadn't fired her, she wouldn't have been on that road to begin with.
I shook my head. No way Rhea could have done this.
No way the Rhea we knew could have done this. But if she was turned or something, she's probably not the person we remember.
His brown eyes went all gooey with compassion.
You know that more than anybody, Cori.
He'd given me something to think about. Kat, my best friend and roommate, was a vampire, but she was the only one I really knew other than Sean, and my relationship with him was recent. Since she had zero memory of her life before she was a vampire, it wasn't like she could tell me whether she was drastically different or not. She did know that it had taken her a decade to get the bloodlust under control, so what Sam was saying had some merit. If Rhea had been turned into a vampire. I touched base with Colleen. She said she hadn't found anything yet, but would get back to me as soon as she had anything. After doing what I could to console Kitty, I took my leave.
You're awful quiet,
Alex said, stealing a sideways glance at me after we'd been driving for a few minutes. Yeah, I said. Sorry, it's just... Sam has a theory. I ran it through for him and he thought about it for a minute.
It's possible, I suppose,
he said.
Though I'm not sure they would have left you out of the loop. I mean, it's not like vampires like the taste of werewolves.
I shrugged. I don't know, maybe because I'm half witch?
No,
he replied.
You know Sean says we don't smell any better to him than full-blooded wolves do. Did you two fight before the wreck?
Nope. As a matter of fact, we were going to meet up later that night and go to the lake. I smiled at the memory. That was all her idea. She'd met some guy and talked me and Zach into borrowing her dad's boat with them. Alex turned to me, concern in his eyes.
Zach? She knew Zach?
Zach McClure was a complicated part of my life. He'd been my first boyfriend, my first love. And then my mother had decided I didn't need to date a human boy and wrecked everything. But it wasn't destined to work anyway. To sum things up, Zach had ended up a legendary hunter. He'd literally made it his life's mission to purge the earth of werewolves. Once he learned too much, including that I was a werewolf, Sean had wiped his memories. Now he quite happily ran a sandwich shop in town. He had no clue about anything magical, and I aimed to keep it that way. Of course she knew Zach, I replied. We were all inseparable in high school.
Do you think she'd hurt him?
He asked. I growled in frustration.
No,
I snapped. I don't think she'd hurt him. I don't think she'd hurt anybody. We were practically connected at the hip, and I don't think she'd murder somebody that got her fired from a waitressing job she held as a teenager either. Alex gave me a doubtful look from the corner of his eye as he flipped the blinker on to turn toward town. The whole thing was wearing on me, and I'd had enough already. I wasn't big on puzzles, especially when it involved deception. I don't know what's going on, but you can bet your bottom dollar I'm going to ask her about everything myself, and sooner rather than later. Chapter 8.
I'd feel better if we swung by and checked in on Zach,
Alex said. The weight of what we'd done to his memory weighed as heavily on him as it did on me. Even though it had saved his life and even arguably made it better, playing God wasn't something either of us was comfortable doing. Me too, I said. Plus, a bowl of his baked potato soup wouldn't hurt either, assuming he has any left this late in the day. Zach had taken a standard recipe and added sour cream, triple bacon, and a blend of cheeses to it, and it was wicked addictive.
It's 180 degrees outside,
Alex exclaimed.
Soup? Really?
I'd eat that soup while somebody was toasting my toes over hellfire, I responded. Comfort food has no season, and that stuff's about as comforting and delicious as it gets. He shook his head.
Your arteries, I suppose. If you keel over dead before I do you want me to stay single or pine for you for the rest of my life? Like, will you haunt me if I try to replace you?
I gave him the stink eye. I'd be worried because you're planning ahead, except I'm pretty sure it's a non-issue. No way you're gonna outlive me.
And what makes you so sure?
Because I'm probably gonna end up killing you myself at some point. He laughed.
Now I'd be worried, except I know you love me and you'd miss my face.
I arched a brow but couldn't hide my smile. I have pictures. I'm sure I'd make do. Before I'd met Alex, I'd been happy, or at least I'd thought I was. I'd been so busy trying to keep the pack together and move them forward that it had taken everything I had. Add in trying to keep the peace, both magical and mundane, in Castle's Bluff, and my life had been full. Then we'd met, and I'd finally realized how empty my personal life was. I realize how cliche that sounds, but it was the truth. And now that we were together, I wouldn't trade our relationship for anything. Alex was easy. Spending time with him was as natural as breathing. That's not to say we didn't argue sometimes, because we did, but even that was a comfortable place. We pulled up to the curb in front of Zach's shop, and I was amazed at how much he'd put his mark on it. In the beginning, he'd just planned to have a little deli-like place where people could grab a quick sandwich. Then football season had rolled around. Since he hadn't been able to afford to hire anybody, he'd installed a TV so he wouldn't miss the games. Then people started sticking around to watch with him, so he'd added a few more TVs so they could watch different games. Then he'd added a fryer so he could serve wings and fries, but you can't have football and wings without beer, so he'd gotten the license and installed some taps and an extra cooler for cans and bottles. Now it was a kitschy combination of deli and sports bar, if you can imagine such a thing. He looked up when the bell above the door announced our arrival, and a grin split his handsome face. The same flash of regret always crossed his face when he saw me, but it was fleeting. I'd been the love of his life at one point, and vice versa, even if we'd only been teenagers. They say you never completely get over your first love. I wouldn't go that far, but I would always have a soft spot for him, and I knew he had one for me too. He and Alex were close too, though, so it wasn't awkward. It was just there.
Hey, man,
he said, wiping his hands on the bar towel in his hand and holding it out to Alex.
What's up? Not much,
Alex replied, shaking his hand.
We were just in the neighborhood and figured we'd pop in.
Zach gave me a knowing look.
You wanted to see if I had any soup, didn't you?
Maybe, I said, strolling behind the counter to lift the lid off the pot. But that's not the main reason we came. We just wanted to see how things were going. Translation: you haven't by chance seen our dead friend today, have you? Of course, I couldn't just ask him, but I had to assume that would have probably been the first thing he would have mentioned. I scanned the restaurant, and the strangest thing I saw was a cute little old couple feeding each other French fries. Turning my attention back to the soup, I was glad to see that I was in luck. There was only enough left for a bowl or two, but that was good enough for me.
You guys want your regular sandwiches too?
Zach asked. I glanced at Alex. It had been a few hours since the wings at Sully's, and he was like me. It didn't take his body long to burn off even a big meal.
Sure,
he replied, then made a face.
But no soup. I can't even think about all that rich creaminess when it's so hot out.
Good, I replied, scrunching my nose at him. There's not enough for you anyway. Zach shook his head and gave me a wry grin.
I swear you're like a rabid wolf when it comes to food. I'm afraid to reach across you to refill your tea. And I have no idea how you eat like you do without gaining any weight. It's ridiculous.
I smiled at the unintended pun and dipped myself out a hefty serving. The smell of warm, creamy, bacony, cheesy deliciousness had my mouth watering. Zach put together Alex's favorite Philly cheese sandwich and slathered some peanut butter onto crusty Italian bread for me to dip into my soup. Despite what the two of them, and most of the rest of the world thought, it wasn't weird, it was delicious. Since Zach was busy most of the time, I was used to serving myself. He refused to take any money for our food, so I figured the least I could do was make it easy for him. He brought our sandwiches, then went back to check on other customers.
"What do you think?"
Alex said, taking a huge bite of his sandwich. I think if he'd seen our long-lost dead friend, he'd have mentioned it, I replied around a bite of soup. That brought an entirely different can of worms. Thanks to Sean's little bit of mind magic, Zach was blissfully unaware of anything that went bump in the night. Magic only existed on TV, and there was no such thing as vampires, ghosts, or werewolves. If Rhea somehow was alive and kicking, or undead and kicking, as the case may be, there was no way Zach could ever know. I didn't think there was a tall tale tall enough to cover that one. I fiddled with my soup for a minute, wondering how best to deal with the situation. It was an emotional landmine for me. Of course, I wanted my friend to be alive, but I wasn't sure how I'd feel about her being undead. Not that I was prejudiced, because I wasn't. No, if she really was a vamp or a shifter. I just wondered why she'd stayed hidden from me for so long. Chapter 9. "Hello," I yelled as I pushed through the door of our house. "You up yet?" Kat, my roommate, was a bartender and worked the night shift at our local dive bar, the Rusty Hook. Since, as a vampire, she was naturally nocturnal, it worked for her. It helped that she didn't have to wear a business suit or be nice all the time. It was strange to me, but her regulars seemed to like it when she was snarky to them. Chaos, my Arctic fox familiar, peeped a cranky emerald eye open at me from her position on the couch and smacked her lips. "If we weren't, we are now. What's wrong with you?" "What's wrong with me?" I asked. "It's like 3 o'clock. "Yeah, I know," she said, standing and stretching. "But you don't have to shout it from the rooftops. We've been up. We've just finished watching Jeopardy. The mouse shifter who's been on a streak for a week finally lost." I scowled at her. We'd been DVRing it because we were rooting for him and his 10 kids and overworked wife. Plus, he had a habit of twitching his nose when he knew the answer. She stuck her little black nose in the air and sashayed toward us, her silky black and white tail flicking back and forth as she sniffed. "What's in the box?" Scowling at her, I said, "I may or may not have brought you home a sandwich and fries from Zach's, but that was before you were so cranky and mean and threw out the mother of all spoilers." She butted my leg with her head, then rubbed against my calves, batting her eyes at me. "Come on," she said. "Don't be that way. We watched ahead on Supernatural too, but I haven't told you, Dean." I held up my hand and narrowed my eyes. "Do not finish that sentence or I swear I'll put the sandwich down the garbage disposal." As usual, she turned to Alex. He was always putty in her hands, even though I'd told him 100 times she was playing him. Don't get me wrong, I adored Chaos, and she was a brilliant familiar. She was loyal, resourceful, and cunning when it came right down to it, and woe be to anybody who tried to hurt me. She was a fox, after all. But that also meant she'd eat anything and tended to be a bit self-centered. All in all, though, I wouldn't trade her for anything in the world, and I couldn't imagine my life without her. My sister Mila, my cousin Destiny, and I rescued Chaos and her sisters Tempest and Calamity when we were kids. Tempest lived with Destiny at the Enchanted Coast Beach Resort, and Calamity and Mila had moved to an all-magic city called Abaddon's Gate. Though they were similar in personality, they were suited perfectly to each of us. "Fine," she said, rolling her eyes. I'm sorry. What's got your knickers in a twist? Kat came thumping down the steps in a pair of ratty shorts and a crop top, her head wrapped in a towel. Picture an Italian goddess, and you have a decent idea of what she looked like, even in old pajamas. Hey, girl, she said, pulling a juice box out of the fridge. She popped a straw in it and took a long sip of the faux type O. Alex, what's up with you guys? Same old, I said, sinking into a chair at the kitchen table. Somebody threw Daisy Westfield over the banister at Kitty's, and I saw my high school bestie. Normally that wouldn't be weird, except she died 5 years ago. She raised a perfectly shaped brow at me as she took another pull on her straw. That's not same old, even for you. The first is self-explanatory. I'm gonna need a little more for the second, though. I lifted a shoulder, unsure what to say. I don't have much more to give you. Rhea Butler was my best friend growing up, then she was killed in a car crash when she was 21. Alex and I were driving a little bit ago down on 58, and she whizzed by us in an old Caddy convertible. Kat furrowed her brow. And you're sure it was her? Without a doubt. I'd know her anywhere. It occurred to me that Kat hung out at Sean's sometimes when he was having a party. She'd bartended a few for him, and she'd also attended as a guest. She liked to catch up with people she'd known before she'd lived here. Before I could ask, Alex took the words right out of my mouth.
She was headed in Sean's direction. Have you seen anybody new out there lately?
I see new people out there all the time, she replied. The place is a bit of a revolving door. What with all the events he hosts, plus he invites a wide array of people to join him there just on holiday. By people, she meant other vampires. Rarely did Sean have non-vamp guests because he said he just didn't want to have to worry about casualties. Of course, there were exceptions. Charlotte, a powerful witch who'd been giving Alex and me lessons, visited there all the time, but she was more than capable of taking care of herself. Humans weren't even allowed on the property. I hopped up and trotted to the living room, then grabbed my photo album from under the coffee table. I flipped through the pages until I found a picture. I was in the middle, flanked by Rhea and Zach, who was giving me bunny ears. Here, I said, pointing to her. This is her. It was taken a month before she died, so I assume she probably still looks the same, assuming she was turned the night of the wreck. Just the thought set my teeth on edge because they should have told me. I would have been grateful he saved her. Kat examined the picture, chewing on her lip. Actually, I have seen her. Just recently, though. She's a little different, though, of course.
Let me guess,
Alex said, smiling.
She's paler and has fangs?
Ha ha, smartass, she said, scrunching her nose. But yes, and her nose isn't crooked, but that makes sense. The change tends to fix any flaws. Rhea had broken her nose when she fell off the teeter-totter in 3rd grade, and her nose had always been a little crooked after that. I sighed. So why would Sean hide her? Kat reached out and squeezed my hand. It's hard to tell, sweetie, but Sean wouldn't intentionally hurt you. He can be self-centered and obnoxious, but he's not prone to being unnecessarily cruel, at least not to people who don't deserve it. It was a good thing she added that last bit. Sean could be wicked when he wanted to be, but she was right. Zach was a perfect example. He'd been trying to kill me when Sean had arrived at his house, but rather than take Zach down, he came up with a solution that allowed him to live. It wasn't perfect, at least to me, because I didn't like the idea of manipulating anybody's noodle. But even I had to admit it had been the best case scenario all around. My advice? Ask Sean about it. The worst thing that can happen is he'll give you one of his non-answers. The ancient vampire was good at that. He was a bit of an odd duck, probably because he'd been around for so many hundreds of years. I couldn't even imagine what it would have been like to have lived through the ages like that. I understood why he surrounded himself with others who'd been through at least part of it with him. In his eyes, I was little more than a child, even though he always treated me with the utmost respect. So now, tell me about this murder before I gotta head out to work, Kat said, sucking down the last of her breakfast.
There's not much to tell,
Alex replied.
The girl's a maid out there. She fell over the banister, which would have been at least waist high for her from the second floor. Some of the guests heard her scream, but nobody admits to seeing anything.
And none of them had any connection to her? I shook my head. Nope. One of the women is pretty rude. She apparently got all high and mighty with her about extra towels, but I can't imagine killing somebody over it. Kat huffed a breath out her nose. You'd be surprised what some people will do for seemingly inconsequential things, and somebody killed her. Since she's a maid, I assume she's local. Does she have any enemies around town? I chewed my lip, thinking of Rhea, but shook my head. That was a leap I wasn't ready to make without any proof. No, but my phone rang. When I glanced at my phone, it was a Georgia number I didn't recognize. Sheriff Sloane. Sheriff? This is Noelle Flynn. Hunter and I were thinking, and it may not mean anything, but there was another car in the lot this morning that doesn't seem to belong to anybody staying here. What kind of car? Did you see who was driving it or get a tag? Yeah. It was a blonde, early 20s, driving a red convertible Cadillac. My stomach sank. It looked like I wasn't gonna have to leap. There was my proof. Chapter 10.
So where first?
Alex asked once we were back in his truck.
Sean's or the B&B?
I thought for a minute. The B&B. I want to see if anybody else saw it, and I want to talk to Kitty. She knew Rhea. We were quiet most of the way to Kitty's, and I spent the time thinking about Rhea. She'd always been happy, but she had a quick temper, too, and would occasionally hold a grudge. That was reserved for the worst situations, though, ones that arose from intentionally egregious actions. For the most part, she was forgiving and friendly, and always the life of the party.
Look,
Alex said,
you grew up with this woman. Do you think she would just murder someone?
I pulled in a deep breath and let it out. That's all I've been able to think about. The woman I knew wouldn't have been, no. But who is she now? 5 years is a long time. What happened to her? Where's she been? How is she not dead? The Rhea I knew would have never let me mourn her if she was alive. So my answer is, I don't know. I won't know until I can talk to her, if I can talk to her. Frustration roiled through me, making it hard to sit still. I was sorely tempted to call Sean right then and there, but I wanted to be looking him in the eye when I asked him. We pulled up in front of the B&B, and Noelle was sitting by herself on the porch. Weirdly enough, she was talking to herself, and not just talking. She appeared to be arguing. When she saw us, she snapped her mouth shut, shot a dirty look toward the end of the empty porch, then turned and gave us a pinched smile. You saw that, right? I asked Alex as he shut off the truck.
I did,
he said.
What do you think it was about? She seemed perfectly sane when we talked to her.
Oh, she's sane, I replied, but my ears popped and it felt like somebody slid a block of ice through my shoulder. Course she's sane. A no-nonsense female voice scoffed over my shoulder. I spun around in my seat to find an older, transparent woman with red hair shot through with gray hovering in the back seat. I shoved backward away from her, my heart pounding as I fought the instinctive urge to wolf out. Alex, on the other hand, was handling having a real ghost in the cab of his truck much better than I was. I rubbed my arm, trying to bring the warmth back into it. She glanced at me a bit sheepishly, and the resemblance she bore to Noelle struck me. "Sorry about that," she said, glancing out the windshield. I twisted my head around to follow her gaze. Noelle was walking toward us, rubbing her temples. "Yeah, she's not going to be too happy with me," the woman said, "but she'll get over it. I don't like to let somebody else do my talking for me. We better get out there before she pops her cork." The entire situation was still a little surreal to me. I knew ghosts were a thing, but knowing it and experiencing it were two totally different things. I couldn't stop looking at her. She was completely visible, but transparent at the same time. I could see the truck seat behind her, but it was sort of like looking at it through stained glass. The shapes were right, but the colors were skewed by the colors of her shimmering clothing. I opened my truck door as Noelle approached. The look on her face was half irritated and half cautious. "Cori, Alex," she said. "Meet my aunt, Adelaide Flynn." She glared at the ghost. "She's supposed to be at home keeping an eye on my little sister and the farm." Well, at least now I wasn't doubting her sanity, and I had an explanation for the movement I'd kept catching out of the corner of my eye when I'd interviewed them the day before. Addie glared back at her, and it didn't take a genius to figure out these two were cut from the same cloth. I also sensed a kinship with them because I could dig in my heels with the best of them and wasn't one to back down either. Growing up with 5 brothers had made me scrappy. "I only popped in to check on you," she said. "We just about had our clocks cleaned less than a month ago, and the only reason we beat 'em was because we were together. Excuse me for worrying because you up and left before my old heart had time to settle back out of my throat." "Your old heart doesn't beat anymore, so it's not like it can kill you." Her face softened. "But I get it. Still, Cori's is still beating, and from the look on her face, you almost gave her a heart attack. If you were damned and determined to still talk to her yourself, you could have at least let me ease her into it." The ghost shimmered a little, but a sense of remorse crossed her face. She turned to me. "She's probably right. I'm sorry I just busted in like that, but I'm the one who saw the caddy. Noelle was changing clothes, so I figured it would be better to talk to you direct. In my defense, though, you're a witch and a werewolf. I figure ghosts were old hat to you." My heart had slowed down to something close to normal, and the warmth was returning to my arm. It occurred to me how lucky Noelle was to still have her aunt in some form. Most people weren't so lucky. "It's okay," I replied. "Vampires, witches, shifters, those people are a part of my everyday life, but you're my first official ghost. It's a pleasure to meet you." I instinctively reached out to take her hand, then remembered just in time that she was transparent. Alex was taking it a bit more in stride than I was. He was actually grinning. "I'm Alex Dixon. I have so many questions I'd love to ask, but first, I understand you have some information for us." She nodded, her form shimmering just a little. "I saw a blonde girl here yesterday morning right after we heard the scream. She wasn't burning any daylight, hightailing it out of here." I'd brought the picture of Rhea, Zach, and I with me with the intention of showing it to Sean on the off chance he didn't know I'd had a relationship with her prior to the accident. For all I knew, a passing vampire had rescued her. Sean went on jags where he didn't visit Castle's Bluff for years, sometimes decades at a time, and I couldn't remember whether he'd been around then. Even when he wasn't in residence, as he called it, he still offered his manor up to close friends for vacation, and considering how many immortal friends he'd made over the course of 1,000 years or so, the place was rarely empty. It wasn't outside the realm of possibility that a well-meaning guest had saved Rhea in his absence and without his knowledge. I held the picture out to Addie. "Was this the woman you saw?" She pursed her lips and studied the picture. "It's hard to say for sure because she was wearing a scarf and giant sunglasses, and her skin was a lot whiter, but I'm 85% sure that's her. She sure didn't have that innocent, carefree expression, though. The girl I saw had a jaded look to her, like she'd seen the bad side and lived to tell about it. Depending on what she'd been through, that wouldn't be such a surprise. I'd heard some horror stories from vampires who'd had a rough transition. Shoot, Kat was one of those stories. Sean had found her in an alley, freshly turned and hungry. He'd saved her from herself, but there had been a few casualties before he had. Other stories I'd heard involved parents who believed the best way to keep a newly turned child in hand was to keep them locked up for the first few years. With the invention of such things as street cams and DNA, it was hard to keep a lid on the supernatural sometimes, and it wouldn't take long for an out-of-control vampire to blow the lid off the whole shebang. I understood the reasoning, but believed there had to be a better way. "Rhea was always a firecracker," I said, "but she was never jaded. Hell, she wasn't old enough to be jaded. Her folks were good people who also happened to make decent money, so she hadn't lacked for love or comfort. She hadn't been born with a silver spoon in her mouth, but she hadn't gone without either." "This woman was definitely not the girl next door type," Addie said. "No rose-colored glasses perched on her nose, for sure." Alex sighed beside me, and I turned to him with questioning gaze.
It's awesome that we have a lead to follow, but how do we explain it? I mean, if we manage to find concrete proof that Rhea killed her, or if Rhea confesses, that's one thing. But if we have to build a circumstantial case, how do we explain that our eyewitness is dead?
I cringed a little at his bluntness. Noelle didn't seem to have any problem pointing it out, but they were close. There were things you could say to friends and family that would be wildly inappropriate to say to a stranger. Addie arched a silver eyebrow at him. "I don't give two hoots about the whole politically correct thing myself, but there's such a thing as being considerate of others, young man. Living impaired is one term folks bandy about." She fluffed her hair. "Personally, I prefer post-living." Noelle waved a hand.
Besides, I don't think your biggest problem is gonna be explaining the living status of your out-of-town witnesses.
She gave me a pointed look.
You know, considering your suspect supposedly died years ago, too.
I sighed, wondering why things couldn't just be simple. Chapter 11.
She's right, you know,
Alex said.
"How are you even going to approach Kitty? It's not like you can just go up and ask her if she's seen Rhea. She'll think you've lost your mind."
We were sitting on the porch with Noelle, Hunter, and their friends. The blonde woman, Coralie, nodded, and her whole hairdo wobbled as if it were one fixed piece, right down to the side bangs. "She'll think you've gone round the bend for sure if she ain't in the hoodoo loop, sugar. You can't just spring something like that on her." I shook my head. "She's not out of the loop," I said, not wanting to give her more information than that. Kitty was a bear shifter, just like Sully, but it wasn't my place to bandy about her personal information. If she wanted people to know, she'd tell them. I do worry about mentioning it to her, though. She loved Rhea, and no matter which way it shakes out, she'll be hurt. She'll either have to deal with false hope or with the same hurt I am, wondering why Rhea didn't get in touch to let us know she wasn't dead.
I don't know much about all this magic stuff,
Buddy said.
I just learned about most of it last Valentine's Day, so I'm pretty new, but the problem here isn't really magical, it's personal. It seems to me you're putting the cart before the horse a little. First, you need to find out if it really is your friend. Then, if it is, you should hear her out before you go getting your feathers all ruffled at her. If it was her you saw, it could be she has a good list of reasons why she kept you in the dark.
Coralie smiled and leaned into him. Listen to the man. He's kept me grounded for the past decade and a half. Buddy grinned and looped his arm over her shoulders, then gave her a squeeze.
Shoot, it's common sense is all it is. Don't do no good going off half-cocked.
He gave me a measured gaze.
If it were me, I'd go to your friend's house, see if she's there. If she is, talk to her. If she's not, talk to this Sean feller. Get the whole story before you decide how to feel.
The screen door squeaked open, interrupting my response, and Kitty stepped out. Glancing back and forth between us, she furrowed her brow. Now, here's an unlikely group. How'd you all manage to fall in together already? Noelle smiled. It was bound to happen. She tilted her head at Kitty and studied her for a second. I'm not familiar with your brand of magic, but I can sense it there. I'm guessing you can do the same, so you already know what I am. Kitty gave her a lopsided grin. I did. I caught your aunt peeking over my shoulder when I was cooking this morning. I'm not sure if she doesn't trust me to feed you, or if she was trying to steal my great-grandmammy's pancake recipe. Addie popped in beside Noelle, scowling. I don't need to steal your recipe. I have my own, and it's perfect just the way it is, thank you very much. Her scowl turned into a small smile. Though I do like the way you made the blueberries a little syrupy with honey before you added 'em in. Hush, Kitty said, her face glowing with pride. That's my secret ingredient. If you go spreading the word, folks won't have to come here to get 'em. Addie scoffed. I doubt you have to worry much about that. I taught the girls to make mine when they were barely teenagers, and it didn't create no driving need for them to cook for themselves. Hey, Noelle exclaimed. I've been baking since I was old enough to stand on a stool and do it. That's baking, not cooking, Addie replied. I held up my hand. Okay, already. I'm glad everybody's all peas and carrots now, but I have something serious to talk to Kitty about. You want us to head inside so you can talk in private? Noelle asked. No, I said. I don't think that's necessary. Kitty smoothed non-existent wrinkles from her apron, something she did when she was worried. What is it, Cori? Is it something about Daisy? Pulling in a deep breath, I shrugged. Sort of, but not like you'd think. Don't freak out, but I have to ask, have you seen Rhea, or somebody who looks enough like her to be her twin? Or maybe an older model red caddy? Addie asked. Kitty frowned. Of course I haven't seen Rhea, Cori. You know that. And I haven't seen anybody who looks like her either. What's this about? I sighed. I would have sworn Rhea passed us this morning on our way here. Flew by us in a red convertible. A few emotions flitted across her face. That just can't be, she finally said. Rhea would have never let us mourn her like that if she wasn't gone. My heart went out to her. I knew what she was feeling. I was struggling with the same thoughts she was. Well, as these folks have pointed out, if she did, I'm sure she had her reasons. She cycled through shock and confusion and settled on anger. Well, then, if you passed her on your way here, she was likely headed out to Sean's. Get your bucket out there and find out what's going on one way or another. I pushed up from the porch swing and Alex did the same. That's exactly where we're going next, I said as we thunked down the steps and toward the truck. I'll let you know what we find out. You do that, she replied, her brow furrowed. And don't take too long doing it, either. You can't just drop something like that on a person then leave 'em hanging. If I didn't have supper to make, I'd be going with you. I waved at her over my shoulder. I'll call you when I leave Sean's. If there's anything we can help with, let us know, Noelle called after us. Though I knew it was a genuine offer, there wasn't anybody who was going to be able to help me through what I had to do next. We climbed in the truck and Alex turned in the direction of Sean's. Chapter 12. Several expensive vehicles were lining Sean's brick-paved driveway when we got there. That wasn't out of the ordinary. In fact, it would have been more unusual had it been empty. We pulled in behind a Range Rover and made our way up the grand staircase to the veranda, where I picked up the giant lion's head knocker and dropped it. There was a doorbell, but I preferred the knocker, both because it was neat and because it drove his doorman batty. My lack of decorum made me a heathen in his eyes, and it was all he could do to remain civil whenever he had to deal with me. For some perverse reason, I enjoyed needling him. I was just reaching for the knocker again when the door swung open, and I came face to face with his stuffiness. Jeeves, I said in the hoity-toityest tone I could manage, we're here to see the master of the house. Is he in? The thundercloud that crossed his face told me he would love to rip my throat out, if only he wouldn't face certain death doing it. And just for clarification, his name wasn't Jeeves.
I'll check to see if he's receiving visitors,
he said, staring down his nose at me as if I were 3-day-old Spam. I stepped forward, but the door slammed loudly in my face. Alex sighed.
Why do you insist on poking him every time we come here? You could try a little sugar rather than vinegar. He doesn't treat me like that when I show up here alone.
That's because you're his idea of the ideal guest, I replied, casting a glance at his black dress pants and button-down shirt. Classy, sophisticated, and male. I, on the other hand, am just a lippy, irreverent child whom he thinks is in a position I inherited rather than earned.
Still, he said, butlers know everything that goes on in a household. You never know when having him on your side may come in handy.
I waved him off. It's not like I started it. He's disliked me since the first time he met me. I refused to suck up to him just to make him my BFF. Besides, it's not like it would work anyway. The door swung back open, and a smiling Sean made a sweeping gesture to invite us in.
Cori, Alex, what a delightful surprise. Do you have a lesson with Charlotte?
Not tonight, I replied. Unfortunately, I have an uncomfortable question for you. His brow furrowed.
Then let's go to my den. If it's that uncomfortable for you, I'm sure a finger or two of scotch will smooth the way.
That was just like Sean, the consummate host. And when he said scotch, he didn't mean the rot gut stuff you bought off the shelf at the local liquor store. No. That wouldn't do for him at all. He had bottles that he'd picked up over the centuries from the finest distilleries in the world. Stuff so smooth, you didn't dare pollute it with an ice cube. And right then, it wasn't sounding like such a bad option. Sean was affable, if a little odd, at least until he wasn't. There wasn't much that ruffled him, as he tended to live in his own world. Mess was something in that world, though, and you would pay dearly. I'd never witnessed anything but kindness from him, but Kat, whom he'd raised, had some wicked stories about him. He'd taken me under his wing a year or so ago when there had been some gruesome paranormal murders, and tended to give me a bit more leniency than he typically would a youngster such as myself. Considering he'd been around for 1,000 years or so, I was still a child to him. He rarely treated me that way, though.
Sounds great,
Alex replied as we followed our host through a hall toward a set of closed, ornate pocket doors.
I have a feeling she's gonna need it.
Sean gave him a questioning look as he slid the doors closed behind us. A fire crackled in the fireplace, as it always did, regardless of the temperature. It gave the room a warm glow gleaming off the rich wood that comprised most of the room. He stepped to a sideboard and poured amber liquid from a cut crystal decanter into 3 matching whiskey glasses, then handed one to Alex and another to me.
Please, sit,
he said, motioning to one of 2 burnished leather sofas situated so that they were facing each other in front of the fireplace. We did so.
Now, what is this difficult question you have for me?
I swirled the scotch in my glass. The glow from the fire shone through the cut crystal, fracturing into small beams that shot through the amber liquid. I looked him in the eye. 5 years ago, my friend Rhea Baker died in a car crash, or at least we thought she did. His face remained impassive, but something flickered in his eyes.
I assume the important part of that sentence is the last part.
I pulled in a deep breath and puffed it out through my cheeks. Yes, I'm sure. I saw her yesterday driving a red Cadillac in this direction. He sat back and crossed one leg over the other, his dark eyes piercing mine.
And you want to know if she's here, if she lived through the crash.
The question was rhetorical. He knew what I was thinking. He sighed.
I knew this was going to become an issue if she came back here.
I felt like somebody'd punched me in the gut, and I took a gulp of the scotch, grateful for the near immediate warming in my belly. So it was her. He nodded.
It was. But what you have to understand, her disappearance was neither intentional nor her decision, at least not consciously.
And what exactly does that mean? I asked, a mix of anger, hurt, and confusion washing over me. And can I see her? A soft knock sounded on the door. Sean, said a female voice I never thought to hear again. Let me explain it all to her. She deserves to hear it from me. Chapter 13. The doors swished open, and Rhea glided into the room, looking nearly identical to how she had the last time I'd seen her before she'd gone to work that night 5 years ago. She had the smooth, classy beauty that all vampires shared, and the freckles on her nose were gone, but other than that, she hadn't aged a day. Cold sweat bathed my forehead, and I thought maybe I was going to pass out as she moved to take a seat beside Sean. Cori, you have to believe I never meant to hurt you. I couldn't seem to find my voice around the conflicting emotions, so I just stared at her, drinking in the face I'd never thought to see again. She reached a hand out to touch me, but I pulled back. She withdrew her hand, wavering as if she didn't know what to do with it for a second. She settled it on her knee and continued, a pleading look in her eyes. I don't even remember the wreck. I remember being angry and driving faster than I should have, and I remember headlights plowing toward me in my lane. She raised her hands, palms up. And that's it. Nothing until 5 days later when I woke up here. Alex remained silent, leaning back on the couch, but he'd put his hand on my back in a silent show of support. His warmth seeped through me, and I was grateful for it. "So why didn't you come to me when you woke up?" She shook her head. "I tried. I snuck out of here and made it as far as your house. I stopped when I saw you with Mama on your porch." I remembered that day. Mama and Daddy had been out of town on pack business, and my car had been broken down. Rhea's mama had stopped to pick me up for the funeral, which had been postponed until her massive extended family could get there. We'd sat on my porch drinking tea that neither of us could taste, just sharing our utter misery. You were both so miserable, and all I wanted to do was comfort you. But then I smelled her, and my throat burned with the need to feed. It was all I could do to force myself away. At that point, I knew I had to go away until I could control it. And besides, how would I possibly explain it to Mom? She doesn't know anything about the supernatural world. And at that time, I believed I was the worst of the worst, a parasite who couldn't live without a host. She gave a short, self-deprecating laugh. Hell, I hadn't even known about you, about what you are. I hadn't known about any of the creatures living right under my nose. You, Sully, half the kids we'd gone to school with. I felt like everybody lied to me. She looked me in the eye. I was so mad at you for hiding it from me. I didn't even know about you. She waved a hand, motioning around the room. Or any of this until that day. Mama smelled delicious. She wrinkled her nose in disgust, and I didn't know if it was at herself or me. But you smelled sort of like a dog. I didn't understand. I tried to put myself in her place, and pity flashed through me at how confused and conflicted she must have been. I wished more than anything that she'd have come to me. I came back here where Estefan, the man who'd found me and rescued me, explained everything. I never wanted to speak to you again at first. A few days later, though, I tried to come see you again, but Zach and a couple other humans were at your house. Helplessness crossed her face. I just couldn't be around them. I was weak and hungry all the time, and angry. Finally, I gave up. Estefan convinced me to go to his estate in Spain. At the time, I thought he was being cruel, pulling me away from what little familiarity I had, but now I know he was being kind. It had to have been brutal watching me struggle. I hated myself and who I'd become. I hated you. I just hated. She cast her gaze into her lap. "I'm sorry." I pulled in a deep breath, then released it. "So I have to ask, why now?" She gave me a small smile. "I'm still asking myself that. My friend Dominic convinced me to come. She's helping Sean design the resorts, and I thought maybe I could check on you and Mama. I hadn't thought much past being home." My elbows were on my knees, and I dropped my head into my hands, trying to think through the feelings. She moved around to sit beside me on the couch, tentatively touching me on the back. "I never meant to hurt you, Cori. Just the opposite. You'd accepted my death, and I'm not the person you remember. Besides, it's not like I can stay here. Humans, think I'm dead, and we can't hardly tell them the truth now, can we?" "So, Colleen knew?" She shifted and slid her gaze away from me. She did, but don't be angry with her. She argued fiercely that I should tell you. In the end, she accepted that it was my decision, but she didn't like it a bit. She was making rational points that I'd have to sort through once I could separate the emotions from the facts. I wasn't there yet, though. So I did what I do best. I compartmentalized, shoving the emotional bits haphazardly into a mental box to deal with later, and keeping the analytical bits that had to be managed now. "Can you forgive me?" she asked. I held up a hand and shrugged her hand off my back, then pushed to a standing position and took her abandoned seat beside Sean. I needed distance. "I can't go there right now. I have a murder to solve, and you were seen there right around the time it happened." She furrowed her brow. "A murder? Who was murdered?" For the first time, I sensed deception from her, and I cleared the residual emotion from my brain so I could focus on the here and now. "Somebody pushed Daisy Westfield over the banister at Kitty's B&B yesterday morning. A witness puts you at the scene, looking mad as a wet hen and spinning gravel on your way out." "Well," she said, not meeting my gaze, "they must have been mistaken." "Is that your final answer?" I asked. "Because you're wrong. You are the same person, and you're no better at lying now than you were 5 years ago." Chapter 14. Despite me calling her out, she stuck to her guns. Sean had suggested that we all take a few hours to gather our emotions before we continued, probably because I was about to shake the truth out of her. That would have been a mistake, both because she probably wouldn't have told me the truth anyway, and because she was a vampire and it would have gotten ugly. Alex had convinced me to leave before it got to that point, and the last I saw of her, she was watching me from Sean's front door, her face a blank mask. "She's lying," I insisted once we were on our way back to town.
"I believe you,"
Alex replied as he took a right.
"But you weren't going to get anything else out of her, and there was no point in staying there. What you need to do is figure out why she was there."
"How am I supposed to do that when the only person who saw her is a ghost, and an out-of-towner to boot? What if it wasn't Rhea she saw at all?"
"I think it's a safe bet that it was Rhea who Addie saw,"
he replied.
"The only question is if she was the one who killed her. Remember, you do still have the lovely Mrs. Smith to consider."
Something Noelle had said clicked in my brain. Coralie said Daisy was waffling over whether or not she should keep a secret.
"Yeah?"
Alex replied, and I saw it the moment it clicked in his head, too.
"You think she knew Rhea was alive?"
I nodded. "It's not like there are that many secrets in this town, and if she knew something nobody else did, it almost had to be something outside the realm of regular gossip." Alex laughed.
"Huh. I think you may be overestimating the powers of the local gossip mill."
"Maybe," I replied. "Or it just hadn't gotten out yet, and maybe we need to talk to her friends."
Or maybe the simplest explanation is the right one. Mrs. Smith got pushy and shoved her over."
I huffed out a breath. "Yeah, that's possible too, but it still doesn't explain why Rhea lied to me." Before he could reply, my phone dinged and I pulled it from my pocket. A strange Georgia number had sent me a text. "It's Noelle. Coralie found out something you might be interested in. It doesn't make any sense, but Daisy told her hairdresser she'd found out somebody had faked their death." I read it out loud to Alex.
"So Daisy knew about Rhea. Do you think somebody would have killed her to shut her up?"
I thought about the Rhea I'd grown up with and the woman I'd spoken with at Sean's. Honestly, they hadn't seemed that different to me, at least until she'd lied to me. That wasn't something the old Rhea would have done. I honestly don't know. I replied. I mean, I guess if somebody was worried about exposing the supernatural world, they might have. But you know how it goes. We debunk that sort of stuff quietly and non-violently. She was mistaken. She was drunk. She was hallucinating. It's not always nice, but it does always work. People don't want to believe in the supernatural.
No,
He said as we pulled onto Main Street.
but she seemed pretty protective of her mama, and we know that even after 5 years, many vampires don't have good control of themselves. Maybe she just went to ask her to drop it and then pushed her too hard or something.
My phone dinged again, and this time it was Colleen.
What now?
Alex asked when I groaned. It's Colleen, I said after pulling up the message. She found bruising on Daisy's chest and a speck of human blood on her shirt. It's not hers. He was quiet for a minute.
And the mystery deepens.
Maybe not, I replied. Remember the ridiculous Snoopy Band-Aid Mrs. Smith had on her finger? He pulled in front of the sheriff's office.
Not until you just said that, but now, at least you have a place to start.
Yeah, but now how do I find out if it was hers or not? It'll take forever just to get the subpoenas for a DNA swab, let alone the results. The Smiths are only going to be here for 2 more days. He shrugged.
So you tell them to stay.
I unbuckled my seatbelt and pushed my door open. I don't know if that'll be enough to hold them or not. I mean, it's not like Daisy was shot and we found out Mrs. Smith had a gun. It's just a pinch on her finger.
But if it clears Rhea and puts a murderer in jail, don't you think it's worth it? Besides,
he said with a devilish grin,
she's staying at a place that offers coffee and meals. Why would you wait for a subpoena when her coffee cup or fork would do just as well? And in case you've forgotten, the pack has connections at the Atlanta lab. I have no doubt that if you overnight the samples, you'll know something by tomorrow afternoon or the next morning at the latest.
A weight lifted from my shoulders, and I stepped back in the truck long enough to give him a quick kiss. You're brilliant, you know that?
I do,
he said, smug.
But it's nice of you to notice.
I rolled my eyes at him. Your modesty is one of the things I love most about you.
And your keen observation skills are one of the things I love most about you.
His grin melted my heart, even if I did want to whack him one. Go find out what you can about Rhea and her friend Dominic. I'm not willing to cross her off the list just yet.
Will do. You're going to handle getting something with Mrs. Smith's DNA from Kitty?
I nodded. Yeah, since we're dealing with a human, I need to follow the chain of evidence. If it ends up being her, I don't want her to get off on a technicality.
Makes sense,
he said.
I'll call you if I hear anything useful.
Call me if you find out anything at all, I said. I want to know what she's been doing for the last 5 years. Rhea's story sounded legit. If I thought about it, I could see it from her point of view. But one question remained. Did she still harbor that hate she'd used as an excuse for leaving? If so, it wouldn't be hard to argue that it had been Daisy's fault she'd been on that road to begin with. Chapter 15. Miss Ellen was at the front desk when I got there. She took one look at me and glanced over her shoulder, then shook her head.
Get back out there,
she hissed.
Gertrude just rode in on her high horse.
That's all it took. The last thing I wanted to do was deal with a sanctimonious little old lady. I kept to the side of the building so she wouldn't see me and crept around to the employees' side entrance. When I was almost to the end of the hall that would spit me out next to the office I shared with Sam, I slapped my hand over my mouth to stifle a giggle. I pressed my back against the wall as a voice laced with righteousness drifted to me.
Now, Mrs. Wilson, I can't go telling Luann Samples she can't hang her fine washables on her own clothesline.
Why not? They're scandalous is what they are. Why, my grandson was over to mow my grass for me the other day and ran clean over my petunias. I just know it was because he was gawking at that harlot's leopard print lingerie waving in the breeze for all to see. I can't even look at her without picturing her wearing 'em, so it's no wonder all the men in the community gawk at her everywhere she goes." Sam let out a long-suffering sigh I could hear even from my position 30 feet away.
"What time was it exactly?"
he asked. "What time was it? Why does that matter? It was the first thing in the morning last Saturday." That explained everything. Everybody, with the exception of Gertrude and her rose-colored glasses, knew Randy Wilson loved bourbon as much as he loved Friday night poker games. I'd have been shocked if he'd even been able to see into Luann's yard through his hangover, let alone what was hanging on her clothesline.
"Mrs. Wilson,"
Sam said, and I could hear the pleading in his voice.
"Go home. Unless she's parading around in her yard buck naked, there's not much I can do. It's not illegal to hang underwear on your clothesline. As a matter of fact, you do, don't you?"
She gasped. "I most certainly do not. Not that it's any of your business, but that's why the good Lord made shower curtain rods." I stifled a titter. Here all this time, I thought it was to keep from soaking the bathroom floor. Sam tried one more time to drive the point home.
"My point is that you could if you wanted to."
"But I don't. I'm a God-fearing woman who respects her dead husband's memory." I figured Sam had been tortured enough, and I was equally afraid of what sort of revenge he'd level at me if he knew I'd been standing there. I hustled from my position into our office. "Oh, Sam, thank goodness you're here," I said, pretending to be out of breath. "I need you for some official police business. We need to go right now." That caught Mrs. Wilson's attention. "Really? What's going on? Did you catch the murderer? It was that awful Gwen Harvey, wasn't it? She finally found out her boy's been sneaking around behind her back to see Daisy and up and killed her." "Wait, what?" I asked. The woman came in to complain about Luann's underwear, but didn't mention that she may have an idea who killed poor Daisy.
"Nothing,"
Sam said, nudging me toward the door.
"Didn't you say it was an emergency?"
The mix of desperation and murder in his eyes dared me to stay 1 second longer, but I had to hear more about Gwen Harvey. Still, that didn't mean I had to put Sam through another single second of misery. "I did. Sully needs to talk to you right away." The way he lit out of there, you would have thought his tail feathers were on fire. "Now, what were you saying about Gwen Harvey, Mrs. Wilson?" "Just that it doesn't surprise me that she's the one who killed poor Daisy." I raised a brow. "And why would she want to do that?" "Why do I have to do your job for you, young lady?" Pulling in a deep breath and sending out a little prayer for patience, or a random merciful lightning strike, I pasted a smile on my face. "No, ma'am, but part of my job is interviewing citizens that may have information, so if you could tell me what you know, I'd greatly appreciate it." That was a huge ego stroke, exactly what she usually needed to get her to cooperate. "I just know that Daisy was such a sweet girl. She and Gwen's son, Marcus, hit it off at the Christmas party over at the community center. He took her on a couple dates, but when Gwen found out, she about had a conniption. Seems Gwen had it in her head that Estelle, Daisy's mama, had her cap set on Mr. Harvey way back when. If you ask me, that's complete poppycock. Estelle was a handsome young woman, and Don Harvey looked like a giant duck right down to the waddle.
think the good Lord Marcus got his looks from his mama's side of the family.
So, I said, the implications pouring through my head. Gwen was still carrying such a grudge that she didn't want her son dating Estelle's daughter? She nodded, her beehive hairdo wobbling with the movement.
Absolutely. Why, I heard her in the beauty parlor just last week complaining about it. She said the apple doesn't fall far from the hussy tree, and no boy of hers was gonna be seen with any woman related to Estelle Westfield.
And did they continue to date anyway? Nobody's mentioned it to me so far.
They did,
she said.
I saw 'em at the ice cream shop myself Saturday. You ask me, Gwen had it all wrong. It was the other way around. Daisy was too good for Marcus. That boy hasn't held a steady job since he graduated from high school.
Honestly, that sounded like a much more plausible reason for murder. Thank you so much, Mrs. Wilson, I said, putting my hand on her shoulder and guiding her out of our office and toward the reception area. You've been a tremendous help, and I'm going to check into this right now.
But,
she spluttered as we approached Miss Ellen's desk.
What about my complaint? What about the trollops of mentionables waving in the wind right in plain sight?
Oh, blow off, Gertrude, Miss Ellen barked, scowling. You know good and well the only reason you take exception to her flying her bloomers on her line is because hers are the size of a hanky and yours are the size of a tablecloth. Get over it. It was all I could do to not choke on my own spit at that point, and I had to turn and head back the way I'd come before I burst into laughter. If I did that, Mrs. Wilson wouldn't let me live it down 4 months. On a serious note, now Sam and I really did have an urgent police matter to handle. Chapter 16. When I pushed through the door of Sully's, Sam was sitting at the bar, beer in hand. He glowered at me as I walked toward him.
Don't think I didn't hear the back door open. I know you stood there in the hallway leaving me to deal with her again.
Oh, don't be that way, I said as Sully slid my favorite draft beer in front of me. You know she likes you better. She just talks to me like I'm 12 and keeps repeating herself over and over like she thinks I don't understand what she's saying. Sully laughed.
Sam, you should start charging hazard pay. That woman could talk the ears off a brass monkey. And that high-pitched tone. Thank the fates you're not a shifter. That voice of hers could peel paint.
Sam dug into a bowl of mixed nuts on the bar and offered them to me just to be perverse. I'd seen enough documentaries to know what all was in there besides nuts, and he knew they grossed me out. Thanks, I said, crinkling my nose in disgust. I'll just go lick the bathroom floor and skip the calories in the nuts. He grinned at me.
If you do that, I'll deal with Gertrude for a month straight without complaint.
Thanks. Pass. Now, let me tell you what I learned while you were running out the back door like a sissy. After I gave him the rundown of what I'd learned, he thought for a minute.
I actually know Gwen Harvey. She's a piece of work, always misquoting the good book, twisting and turning passages to suit her needs.
Oh, one of those. Awesome. As with anywhere, we had a wide range of religions in our little burg, but there was always that one who wanted nothing better than to pass judgment on others to put themselves a little closer to their idea of an afterlife. Well, then drink up. We have to go interview her. Do you have any idea where she works? I didn't waste any time asking Miss Ellen, seeing as how she was busy putting Gertrude in her place.
Bless that woman,
Sam said, holding his tea up in salute. Are you going with me to talk to Gwen Harvey? He nodded.
I know her, and she may give you a hard time. She can be a handful.
Then let's get a move on. We're burning daylight, and I want to get this wrapped up as soon as we can. He held up a hand.
Cori,
You've been going nonstop since this happened. It's 6 o'clock. Go home. Gwen Harvey'll be there tomorrow. Though it went against my grain, he was right. I was physically tired and emotionally exhausted, and just wanted to salvage at last a little bit of the day if I could. I texted Alex and told him I was on my way home and would meet him there, but I did need to stop and get something Claire Smith had eaten from, but that could also wait till tomorrow. It was too late to get it shipped to my parents anyway. I swung my Jeep into the lot of the best pizza shop in town, feeling a little guilty that I'd eaten nothing but junk all day. I ordered a side salad to go with it and called it good enough. I had a hot guy and some mindless TV in my future, and I was eager to get to it. I called Kitty on my way home and asked her if I could stop by the next morning and explained what I needed. "Sure thing," she said. "Do you want me to just hold it back for you?" As much as I wanted to say yes so I could sleep in the next morning, I knew the evidence chain had to be rock solid. "No," I replied. "If you don't mind, Alex and I would like to crash breakfast." She laughed. "If this is your way of getting a belly full of my pancakes, all you had to do was ask." I laughed. I would have been lying if I didn't admit that was at least part of it. Busted. Is there gonna be bacon in those honey biscuits? Girl, what kind of question is that? Of course there's gonna be bacon, and I'm a bear. Everything has honey, not to perpetuate a stereotype or anything. Awesome then. What time is breakfast? 7:30 on the nose, though the Smiths have been coming down a bit later. I'll make twice what I usually do if you're bringing Alex. I've seen the two of you eat, and I'd hate to run out before everybody has their fill. Plus, that group from Keyhole Lake like to eat too. I wondered if they were shifters the first time I saw them eat. When I realized she was a witch instead, I was a little surprised she didn't have a backside the size of Texas. I guess magicking takes energy too, and that girl has enough of that for 4 average witches. Yeah, the first time I met her, it about sent me reeling. Same here, I said, then realized she might have known about Daisy's private life. Oh, I have another question. Gertrude Wilson was in the station today and mentioned that Daisy was dating Marcus Harvey. Do you know anything about that? She sighed. I do. Yes, they were dating, but they were keeping a lid on it. Gwen, his mama, is not a fan, and I think they were just trying to get to know each other without the drama. Do you know where I can find Marcus? I was told he doesn't work. You must have heard that from one of the old hens. Gwen is always complaining that he needs to get a real job, but the truth is, he makes up stuff to put on businesses' social media and whatnot. From what Daisy said, he's really getting a good list of clients built and is making decent money. As a matter of fact, he's at some conference or another this week for it. When did he leave? Thursday. It didn't officially start until Friday, but there's some mixers and whatnot before then, and he was hoping to rub elbows a little. Are you sure he left? Absolutely. He stopped by the inn to tell her goodbye. I saw him go myself. That gave him a solid alibi then, but I would have preferred to talk to him if for no other reason than to get his take on how far his mama may have been willing to go. The smell of pizza in the truck was making my stomach rumble. Back to the topic of food. I have a hot pizza in the truck and I'm beat. See you in the morning? See you then. I disconnected and sighed, relieved to finally be off duty, even if it was only for a few hours. I was glad to see Alex was already at the house when I got there. He was sitting on the porch swing with Chaos snuggled up beside his leg when I pulled up. She put her nose in the air and sniffed. Pepperoni, bacon, pineapple, green peppers, and... She wrinkled her nose. Black olives? Gross! I hope you only put those on half. I grinned at her as Alex held the door open for me. Of course I did. I'd be afraid to see what would happen if I made such an egregious error. You should be, she said, hopping up on the table and pulling the box open with her little paw. I swatted at her. Get your paws off my pizza. I'll get you a piece, only one though. She narrowed her eyes at me. What if I want two? I met her stare. You won't. The last time I let you have 2 pieces, I had to listen to you complain of heartburn half the night, and you had gas. So no, count yourself lucky I'm giving you a full piece instead of just the crust. Chaos was a garbage disposal. She'd eat just about anything, except black olives, of course, or liver. Weirdly enough, I had the one carnivorous familiar on Earth that was picky about meat. Honestly, though, I agreed with her. Liver was disgusting, whether it was raw or cooked. Just the thought of it gave me the heebie-jeebies. Aside from those 2 foods, she wasn't particular at all, though her digestive system often took offense. I had to keep an eye out if I didn't want her to gas me out of my own bedroom. After making us each a plate, I grabbed Alex and me a beer from the fridge, then settled down between the 2 of them on the sofa. We spent the rest of the evening watching mindless TV, grateful for the time together minus murder and drama. Chapter 17. When my alarm went off at 6:30 the next morning, all I wanted to do was shut it off and go back to sleep. Alex was snoring softly on the other side of the bed, and Chaos peeped one luminous sleepy eye open from her position between us. "Turn that off," she grumbled. "It's too early to hear birds chirping." Because I tended to be cranky in the mornings, I had set my alarm ringtone to the most pleasant one I could find, one with birdsong and a cheery little ditty to go along with it. It didn't make me a morning person, but it kept me from slinging my phone across the room like I had my alarm clock with its high-pitched beeping. I can't. We're going to Kitty's for breakfast so I can pick up something Claire Smith eats off of. I need her DNA. Alex, who was one of those annoying morning people, was already sitting up and stretching. He turned to smile at me and chirped a happy, "Good morning." I wrinkled my nose and did my best not to scowl at him. It wasn't his fault he was defective. "Too soon?" he asked. "Maybe a little," I replied, forcing myself to shove the covers off and swing my legs over the bed. "Maybe a lot." Chaos's response was muffled because she burrowed back under the covers. She was even crabbier in the mornings than I was. "I'll just go make coffee then," he said. "I'll meet you downstairs." "You should come with us this morning," I told Chaos after he was gone. "What for?" The lump in the covers that was her shifted, then curled into a ball, her preferred sleeping position. "What if I told you there'd be bacon and sausage, and likely ham, too?" I asked. That got her attention. She rooted her way back to the top of the bed and out from under the quilt, her whiskers twitching. "What's this about luscious breakfast meats?" Since she hadn't gone anywhere with us lately and it was the weekend, I figured it wouldn't hurt to take her along. She had a great sense of character, and I kind of wanted to get her take on the Smiths. "If you can be up and ready by 7:15, you can go to Kitty's with us for breakfast." "Oh," she said, stretching. "That's different then. Does she still make those yummy pancakes?" "She does," I confirmed. "But it's sort of business. I need you to focus on the people there while you eat. I want to know what you think of them." "You need to know whether I think they're murderers, you mean?" I padded to the bathroom, yawning. "That's exactly what I mean." "Fine. she said, sitting up and licking her paws, then smoothing her whiskers.
But I don't want so much as a sideways glance of Kitty off her seconds on breakfast, and I accept. Eggs included.
I'm fine with bacon. Eggs we'll discuss. I hated it when she ate eggs. Her digestive system converted them to something akin to toxic waste. Seeing as how I was going to be stuck in a vehicle with her, I was fairly sure the sacrifice wouldn't be worth it.
No eggs,
Alex called from downstairs. Thank goodness for Wolfie hearing. Let him be the bad guy for once. He'd been around the last time we'd had a picnic and she'd eaten half a dozen deviled eggs. That had actually been their first falling out because he'd sentenced her to a night on the couch. Chaos narrowed her eyes, scowling at the door.
Fine, be that way.
"Oh," I said, taking her face in my hands and scrunching her cheeks. "You're adorable when you're mad."
I'm going to kill you in your sleep one of these days,
she mumbled through squished lips. "And that's exactly why you're not allowed to have eggs." Chapter 18. When we got to Kitty's, Noelle and her crew were sitting on the porch, coffee in hand. Corley's makeup was, as usual, perfect, and she didn't have a hair out of place. On the other hand, Noelle had pulled her mass of curly red hair through the back loop of a bulldog's cap and was wearing minimal makeup.
"Hey, y'all,"
Coralie called.
"what are you doing out and about so early?"
Noelle yawned from her position beside Hunter on the porch swing and gave a little wave, then took a sip of coffee like it was a lifeline. Maybe we were more alike than I'd originally thought. Alex reached out and shook Hunter's hand, then Buddy's. "Kitty invited us out to breakfast," I said, unwilling to share the real reason we were there. "And who's that little cutie?" Noelle asked, motioning to Chaos and making that cutesy face everybody does when they're addressing sweet little creatures. "She's adorable."
"Finally,"
Chaos said, rubbing up against her hand.
"somebody with taste. And her man's cute, too. I bet they'll be good for an extra couple slices of bacon or sausage. Unless they're the people we're here to investigate. Of course."
I bit my lip. Chaos wasn't used to regular people being able to understand her, so she pretty much said whatever crossed her mind. Noelle raised a brow. "Don't be too sure about that, little girl. I'm not inclined to share bacon with anybody, not even my cute man." Hunter drew his brows together. As a human, he couldn't understand her, so Noelle translated and he preened a little. Chaos scowled at me.
"You could have warned me in advance."
I lifted a shoulder. "You should have known she was a witch." "Don't worry about it," Noelle said with a wry grin. "I've had much worse said about me. I'm Noelle. Pleased to meet you."
"Chaos,"
my little fox answered.
"and likewise, but my comments stand."
Coralie gave her an amused smile, and I wondered if she could understand her. There were a few humans who had just enough latent magical ability to tune into some facets of witchiness, and it wouldn't have surprised me if she were one of them. Noelle answered before I could ask. "Corley's special. I attribute it to her absolute acceptance of everybody, no matter what color, race, species, or living status. So, yes, I'm assuming she can probably understand chaos." Coralie nodded, an amused expression on her face.
"I can, and let me tell you, we have a talking donkey named Max at home, and I think these two would get along like two peas in a pod. Either that or they'd kill each other."
I shot Noelle a quizzical look. "Your familiar's a donkey?" "Oh, God, no," she said, shuddering. "Max is definitely not a familiar. He's way too self-centered for that. As a matter of fact, it was his arrogance that got him in trouble to begin with. He used to be a human, but tried to pull a slick one on a witch a few hundred years ago. She didn't take too kindly to finding him in a compromising situation with another woman. He hasn't changed much in those centuries.
He's part of the family, though, Coralie rushed to say. And he's a sweetheart once you get past all his bull.
Addie popped in beside Noelle and Hunter, and I gave a little start. So did Chaos. This time, Alex didn't so much as twitch. She said. Sweetheart's not the first word that pops to mind when I think of that Scotch-swilling, cantankerous old coot, but she's right. He's part of the family. I laughed. Now I really want to meet him. It sounds like he has a lot in common with Chaos, minus Scotch, did you say? I tried to picture a drunken donkey, and the visual was both amusing and disturbing. Noelle nodded. Yeah, it's sort of his thing. If you meet him, though, you'd get it. It suits his whole persona. Chaos scowled.
I'm not entirely sure I appreciate being compared to a pack animal.
Addie snorted. Neither does he. So, Hunter said to me, probably tired of only catching parts of the conversation. You're out here to investigate more. I'm assuming you mean the older couple. Since Chaos had already spilled the beans, I didn't see any point in denying it. Yeah, I need to get something she eats or drinks from to pull a DNA sample. It would take me forever to get a court order for an actual one, and we don't have that kind of time. He nodded, then looked around, likely making sure we wouldn't be overheard. First, if you need help getting those results, I have a guy that works as a CSI for the Atlanta FBI. If you'd like, I can call him and get it fast-tracked for you. He gets results in a few hours rather than a few weeks, and he's legit, so it'll stand up in court. I looked at Alex. Can we get it back that fast from our people? He shrugged. It depends on how busy they are. It's a crapshoot. That was a no-brainer then, so I nodded. I'll take you up on that. I don't want to give them a chance to escape if they're the ones who did it. Just out of curiosity, and I understand if you can't say it, why do you need a DNA sample? I chewed my lip, trying to decide whether or not I could trust them. With the way things worked in Castle's Bluff, I'd be shocked if word hadn't already gotten around about the bloodstain, so I decided there was no reason not to. We found a spot of blood on Daisy's shirt. He nodded. The Band-Aid. It could be just the connection you need.
Are you talking about that snooty old couple staying here?
Addie asked.
Yeah.
Alex replied.
Claire and Harold Smith.
Addie furrowed her brow.
That's not what they called each other a little bit ago, or at least not what he called her.
What do you mean? I asked.
I mean, he called her Chloe just now upstairs when they were whispering about something in the hallway.
I glanced at Alex. I was usually good with names, but I suppose it was possible I got it wrong. I talked to several people that day. He did introduce her as Claire, right? He nodded.
Definitely.
Give me 1 second, I said, holding up my finger, then pulling out my phone and walking to the other end of the porch. Despite her age, Miss Ellen was a computer whiz. It wouldn't take her 2 shakes to run a background check on these people. While I waited for the call to connect, I pulled up the pics I'd taken of their licenses when I'd interviewed them the day before. When she answered, I gave her the numbers. She said she'd run them and get back to me as soon as she found anything. As soon as I hung up, Kitty called us all in for breakfast. Chaos, of course, beat us all to the table. Chapter 19. Conversation at the table was relaxed, except for when we tried to interact with the Smiths, or whoever they really were. So, how was your outing on the lake yesterday? I asked. Claire snorted.
Nothing like we were expecting, I assure you. That was not a yacht by any stretch of the imagination.
Now, Claire,
Harold said.
It wasn't that bad. I caught a few nice bass.
Yes,
She sniffed.
but your definition of not bad is vastly different than mine. I'd have rather stayed ashore and gone shopping, not that there's an abundance of options there either.
I tilted my head at them. If you don't mind me asking, it sounds like this may not have been the ideal vacation spot for you. What made you pick Castle's Bluff? Harold elbowed her and shot her a dirty look, then turned to us.
We're having a lovely time here. We chose your little town because we were looking for a quiet little out-of-the-way place to rekindle the romance, if you know what I mean.
He waggled his eyebrows, and it was all I could do not to stare. They reminded me of two woolly worms creeping across his forehead. She gave me a fake syrupy smile, then turned goo-goo eyes toward Harold.
Exactly that, dear. We wanted a place to get away where it would be just us with no distractions, and we certainly found that.
Somehow she didn't strike me as the romantic getaway type, and I wondered what Miss Ellen was going to dig up on them. The more they said, the fishier their story sounded. I also noticed that she'd changed the Snoopy bandage for a skin tone one. That must have been quite a pinch if you still need a bandage, I said. She glanced at her finger.
It was. Not pleasant at all, and I'm a slow healer.
I'd run out of things to say to keep the conversation going, so I turned my attention to my plate. Claire kept casting nasty glances at Chaos. Kitty made her a plate and set it on the floor, but Chaos had torn through it like she was at a professional eating contest and had switched to going back and forth between Alex, Buddy, and Hunter, who were all sneaking her bites of honey biscuit and whatever else under the table. Alex had thought ahead and warned them the eggs were on the no-fly list, so at least the truck ride home would be non-toxic. The Smiths finished before the rest of us, which we were all thankful for. It was stressful trying to include them in the conversation when they obviously didn't want to take part, but it felt rude to ignore them. Once I was sure they were back in their room, I pulled an evidence bag out of my backpack and bagged up both her glass and her fork. Surely they'd be able to get something from at least one of them. Hunter scribbled down an address and handed me the slip of paper.
Just send it to this address, care of Jim Sanders. I've already texted to make sure it was okay, and he's in the office today and tomorrow, so you're in luck. As early as it is, you can probably still same-day it.
I thanked him and tucked the address into my pocket. Glancing around for Chaos, I found her curled up asleep in Buddy's lap, a half-eaten piece of bacon still clutched in her paws. I shook my head, but Coralie laughed. The little piglet's eaten herself into a food coma, bless her heart. At least you won't be getting any sass for a couple hours. I grinned back. Silver linings, then, 'cause she can sure dish out the attitude. I wouldn't trade her for the world, though. Noelle laughed.
I know what you mean. Max is incorrigible and drinks his weight in scotch, but he's also loyal and loves us just like we love him, even though he'd never admit to having actual feelings for anybody but himself.
Alex laughed.
Then these two really are peas in a pod. I've never really seen a black and white fox,
Buddy said, stroking the sable stripe that ran from her nose to the tip of her fluffy tail. Other than the crooked stripe and a few small random black spots, her fur was a gleaming white. She's an Arctic fox, I replied. I was playing in the woods with my sister Mila and our cousin Destiny when we found 'em. They were just babies, and Georgia isn't exactly their natural habitat, so we've just always assumed they were put there for us to find. Her sisters live with them, and she stayed with me. They don't live around here? Your sister and your cousin, I mean, Coralie asked. I shook my head. No, Destiny works at a beach resort in Florida, and Mila has a little boutique in a small town not far from her. I miss them.
That must be hard,
Noelle said.
My little sister Shelby is getting ready to go to Albany for college. It's about killing me, and she's only going to be a few hours away. I can't imagine if it was hundreds of miles.
It's not easy. We went to the resort over the holidays. I started to tell them I'd met the honest-to-goodness Santa Claus and helped save Christmas, but stopped myself just in time. And we had a blast. I wish we could get together more.
Did you find out anything about the woman in the convertible?
Noelle asked, and a little zap of pain shot through me. I did. She's on my suspect list, but I'm not sure where she fits into the picture just yet. Considering she'd just come back from the dead as a vampire. I didn't add that last part, of course.
Well, I hope it works out soon,
she said.
I know cases like this are a mess, especially when you have multiple suspects, and none of them seem to have much of a reason for doing it. And on that note,
Alex said, pushing back from the table,
we need to get back to it. As much as we'd love to hang out, we do have a murder to solve. Believe us,
Noelle said, holding up her hand.
We know the feeling. Good luck.
Alex scooped Chaos up, doing his best not to wake her. She wiggled into his chest, smacked her lips a couple of times, then remained still. Noelle was right. For all her sass, I loved her, and I know she loved me back, even if she did like Alex better most of the time. My phone rang right as I was picking up my bag. It was Miss Ellen. "You're not gonna believe this," she said when I answered. "Not gonna believe what?" I asked.
"Your Mr. and Mrs. Smith don't exist. The licenses are phony, and there's not a trace of them anywhere in the system. I checked the addresses they gave, and it's bogus too. I mean, it's not bogus, but they don't live there and never have. Some young couple does."
"Maybe it's their kids?" I said.
"Nope," she replied, popping her P. "Checked that too. The boy's parents are dead, and the girl's folks live in Florida, and neither of them are named Claire and Harold Smith."
I rubbed my hands over my face and turned back to the table. Harold's drinking glass was still on the table, covered in bacon grease fingerprints. Perfect. "Your timing couldn't have been better, Miss Ellen. We may not know who they are, but we will by this time tomorrow."
"Okay,"
she said.
"Keep me posted. Now I'm curious. I wonder if they're international jewel thieves or something."
I laughed at the conspiratorial tone. "I highly doubt that, but you'll be the first person I call when I know for sure." We disconnected, and I glanced toward the second-story balcony where the door to the Smith's room was located. Now I was in a pickle. I didn't have anything to arrest them on other than presenting me with false IDs, and I preferred not to let them know I knew about that just yet. On the other hand, it didn't sit right with me to just let them go. Pulling another evidence bag from my backpack, I stuck my hand in it and picked up Harold's glass. I made a snap decision and turned to Hunter. "May I speak with you outside?" He glanced at Noelle, who swished her hand toward the door.
"Absolutely, go."
I paused, then looked her in the eye. Once I had her attention, I gave a tentative knock on her psychic door.
"Yes?"
she thought. "They aren't who they say they are. That's why I need to speak with him outside. I don't want to be overheard."
"What do you mean they aren't who they say they are? How do you know?"
"The IDs they gave me are fake."
"Talk to Hunter. He was on the force in Indianapolis for years. He'll give good advice."
Once we were outside, I gave Hunter and Alex the rundown.
"That's a tough one,"
Hunter said.
Personally, I wouldn't arrest them. They're apparently confident enough in the fake IDs that they're not going anywhere. I can keep an eye on them here if you want me to, though I don't know what to tell you if they decide to go somewhere.
I waved a hand. I'm not going to ruin your vacation by asking you to tail somebody rather than enjoy yourself. I know what y'all have been through, and you need a break. I'd spoken with Mom the evening before, and she'd told me Noelle and her family had been viciously attacked as part of a larger-scale movement to take down the Witches' Council. From what Mom had heard, the Flynns had handed out one heck of a beatdown, but only after being stalked and tormented for months. She deserved the R&R.
I'll at least hang around until they leave for the day and make sure they don't take everything with them,
Hunter said.
Then at least we'll know they're not packing up for good yet. Now that we would appreciate,
Alex said and reached out to shake his hand.
My pleasure,
Hunter said, grinning.
At this point, I'm not sure what we'd do if we actually managed to escape without some sort of mess falling on us no matter where we go. I swear it seems like we're cursed.
I raised a brow at him. Don't even think that. Trust me, if you were cursed, you'd know it. He held up his coffee cup, which he'd brought out with him.
Then here's to never being cursed, and I hope everything works out with your friend.
That startled me. I'd never told him Rhea and I were friends. He seemed to read my mind.
You didn't have to say anything. When Addie told you about it, you looked like somebody'd punched you in the gut. I've been at this too long not to recognize the difference between a personal and a professional reaction.
Thanks, I said. And I'm not sure how it's going to work out. As far as I knew, she's been dead for 5 years. I'm not sure how to come back from that. He sighed.
If I've ever learned anything at all from being around Noelle and her crew, it's that everything happens for a reason. You may not know what it is, but trust the universe.
I laughed. You sound like a fortune cookie. A small smile slipped across his face.
Maybe so, but I'm right.
I sure hope so, I replied, a nickel of worry curling in my belly. Otherwise, I'm gonna lose her all over again. Chapter 20.
So, what are you gonna do about Rhea?
Alex asked once we were back in the truck. We know she was here right around the time of the murder, and she lied about it. We also know that she had a grudge against Daisy, and she admitted to having rage and control issues. And Daisy had a secret that she was agonizing over. Maybe she'd already seen Rhea and was struggling with whether or not to tell anybody. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Or maybe she found out something about somebody else. There are a million options, and there's no way we can find out because she's dead.
True,
he said, sticking the key in the ignition and starting the truck.
But which one of those sounds the most likely?
I pulled in a deep breath and released it. Honestly, it would make more sense that she saw Rhea. That would be a decision she'd agonize over without a doubt. Speaking of secrets, though, we do need to talk to Marcus's mother. If she was as wackadoodle as everybody seems to think she is, she's one heck of a suspect herself.
Yeah,
he replied.
Except nobody saw her peeling out of here in a huff.
I said. But that doesn't mean much. Her property backs right up to Kitty's. She could have walked here, done the deed, and been gone before anybody even knew she was here. He raised his brows.
Then, by all means, let's go talk to the lovable Mrs. Harvey.
Just take the next left, then the left after that, I said. We just need to go one road over. If I'd learned anything in my life, it was that fanatics of anything, not just religion, were hard to predict. Some were quiet about it and minded their own business. Others, though, believed they had to convince everybody to think the way they did, and when somebody, especially somebody close to them, didn't live up to that, things could go sideways with them in a heartbeat. Gwen Harvey's place was neat as a pin, with a nice yard and flowers hanging at precise intervals along her porch. There wasn't so much as a leaf out of place, and when we pulled up, she stepped out on the porch of her small ranch-style house to greet us. Like her house, she was tidy. Her day dress wasn't new, but it was well-tended and clean. She was wearing a flowered apron, and it, too, was neat. Her face, however, was severe, and her mouth had wrinkles around it like she kept her lips perpetually pursed. Her dark hair was shot through with gray and pulled back into a serviceable bun. At one point, she had probably been a pretty woman, but a life of righteous judgment had stripped her of that.
"Can I help you?"
she asked, suspicion in her eyes. Her gaze raked over me, and I had a feeling I wasn't quite up to par. "I'm Sheriff Cori Sloane, and this is Alexander Dixon, a consultant with the Sheriff's Department. We need to ask you a few questions." Her demeanor shifted toward slightly more pleasant, but a tad more suspicious, too. Of course, that didn't necessarily mean anything. Most people were a little suspicious when the law came knocking.
"Questions? About what?"
she asked, attempting to keep her face passive. "About Daisy Westfield, more specifically about her relationship with your son." Her eyes snapped with anger.
"She didn't have a relationship with my son, and whoever told you she did is a liar. My son's a good boy."
I noted that she'd spoken of Daisy in the past tense, but that didn't necessarily mean anything. Word spread in Castle's Bluff faster than a wildfire in July, so I'd have been more surprised if she hadn't heard about the murder.
"Besides,"
she said, her lips slightly curled,
"I heard she might have thrown herself over that banister or just plain old fell. Wouldn't surprise me either way. She comes from trash, and that must have been one big cross to bear. And them hardwood floors are slippery. She might have fell."
"Evidence doesn't point to either of those things being a likely scenario," I said. "And I know she was seeing your son. A witness saw them at the ice cream shop just this past weekend, and you've been vocal about your displeasure. Now, care to try again?" Her eyes narrowed.
"Why don't you just come out and ask me what you came here to find out?"
"Okay," I said. "Fair enough. Where were you yesterday morning around 8 o'clock?
"I was right here pruning my roses."
Was anybody with you, or can anybody corroborate that?
Alex asked. She shook her head.
"It's not like I knew I was gonna need an alibi."
I knew it was a question with an illogical answer, but I had to know. "Why did you dislike Daisy? Had the two of you ever had words? Did you not approve of where she worked, or what she looked like, or how she acted? You're the only person we've talked to so far that didn't like her." She drew her shoulders up.
"I never met her, but blood will tell. Her mama's a hussy, and the way that girl was likely brought up, ain't no way she's fit to be with my boy."
So, you've never even met her?
Alex asked, disbelief in his voice.
"Mr. Consultant Man, I don't have to meet a rattlesnake to know it's poison."
I decided to go for the throat. "So you're glad she's dead?" At that, she faltered, her mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water for a couple of seconds.
"I reckon I ain't glad she's dead, but I am glad she ain't never gonna get the chance to corrupt my boy again."
Well, that was an odd answer if I'd ever heard one. I opened up my mind and took a quick poke at hers. It was a dark place, full of hate and jealousy and insecurity. With all that in there, I couldn't tell if she felt any guilt or remorse either, for that matter. "Thank you, Mrs. Harvey. We'll be in touch. Please don't leave Castle's Bluff."
"Now wait just a minute,"
she said, jabbing a finger at us.
You can't tell me where I can and can't go.
I absolutely can, I snapped at her. If you don't like it, I can take you to jail right now because as it stands, you have no alibi. You had beef with the victim, and you've done nothing to convince me you're innocent in all of this.
Fine,
she said, crossing her arms and glowering at me.
I'll stay put, but you've got this all wrong. You're right, I couldn't stand her or the thought of her being with my boy, but it ain't my place to deal with her, and I wouldn't put that black mark on my soul. She'll get that when it's her time to answer for what she is.
I raised a brow. And maybe you decided it was taking a bit too long for that time to come and decided to hurry the process along. She snapped her mouth shut and just glared at me. Without another word, we climbed back in the truck and backed out of the driveway.
Do you really think she did it?
Alex asked. I don't know. I tried to pick her brain, but it's so slimy with all the hate that I couldn't wade through it. I think she should stay on the list for now, at least.
So do I,
Alex said. Oh, me too, Chaos replied, yawning.
But not because of any gut feelings or other hoodoo.
Then why? I asked.
Because look at those roses. They're not in bad shape, but they sure weren't pruned yesterday.
Alex slowed the truck and I twisted around to take a better look. Chaos was right. There were several dead blooms on them and a couple branches sticking out farther than the rest.
Well, look at that,
Alex said.
Points to the foxy lady for good investigating.
Chaos preened under the praise, and I rolled my eyes. There would be no living with her for at least a week. Chapter 21. Our next stops were to pick up the DNA sample from Colleen to match to the dinnerware, then send the package. I paid extra to same day it and hoped that Hunter's connection could get to it straight away. I needed to know who that old couple was stat.
Where next?
Alex asked. I wanted to talk to Rhea again, but my emotions were still too close to the surface. Still, she had been seen leaving the scene of the crime right in the window. Then she'd lied about it. That was a problem. Sighing, I said, Sean's, until we know more about the Smiths, Rhea is our next best shot.
I agree, though I know it's going to be hard for you.
What's hard for me is that I have a murder on my hands, and the best friend I buried 5 years ago was at the scene, then lied to me about it. The more I thought about it, the madder I got. I wasn't sure if that was a stage of whatever it was I was going through. Reverse grief. Or whether it was just good old-fashioned anger, but I needed to sort through it. Alex reached across and squeezed my hand.
I can't honestly tell you how I'd respond in your situation, but I can tell you I'm proud of how you're dealing with it so far. You have every right to be mad, and if she can't see that and isn't willing to put in a little effort to make things better, then maybe she's not the person you remember.
That was just the thing, though. Rhea had always been a kind-hearted person, but she'd also been self-centered. Most of that had probably come from being raised as an only child in a latchkey environment, but it was still there. Maybe she's not, but I sure did see flickers of her yesterday. The problem is that I know vampires are bred to be master manipulators. They're predators, so it's a survival skill. So, is she being herself, or is she manipulating me so I'll believe her? We rode in silence the rest of the way to Sean's, and I was surprised to find the driveway mostly empty when we got there. His guests must have been out for the day. I smiled thinking about Mrs. Smith's misconception yesterday. Sean really did have a yacht, and if she'd had occasion to be on it, she wouldn't have been nearly so miffed. Of course, she probably wouldn't have liked that she was a potential food source, though. I didn't feel up to doing the whole song and dance with the butler, so I just rang the bell. When he answered, surprise lit his face for a second.
At least, when you use the knocker, I know there's a heathen on the other side,
he said down his nose. I just sighed and shook my head, unable to rally the energy to needle him. I'm not up for it today, Jeeves. Just get Sean, please. Annoyance flickered at the nickname, but if I hadn't known better, I'd have sworn there was just a touch of worry in there, too. I made a note to be extra irritating the next time I showed up. It wouldn't do to upset the balance of one of the few relationships in my life that were constant. He stood back to let us in, then motioned toward the sitting room. "Don't touch anything," he said. "The staff just dusted, and we don't need werewolf prints streaked all over the place." "Love you too, Jeeves," I said, feeling a little bit better, at least until a flash of red velvet caught my eye from the sofa. Somebody was sitting on the settee with her back to us and turned at my voice. She gave a test sniff, then wrinkled her nose a bit. "Let me guess. You must be the affirmed and honored Cori." I raised a brow. "Maybe. And who might you be?" Whoever she was obviously a vampire, and likely an old one. It took several centuries before being awake during the day wasn't a struggle. She quirked one side of her mouth up in a jaded half-smile that was almost a sneer. "I'm Rhea's meilleure amie, her best friend." She stood and held out an elegant manicured hand, and I wondered if she was always arrogant and condescending, or if I was getting the special treatment. "Dominique Brosson." I took it, giving a solid squeeze. Amusement flashed across her face, which pissed me off a little. I wasn't sure whom she thought she was talking to, but it was time to put her in her place. I gave her a smarmy smile, but took the high road just in case her high-hattedness was standard to her haughty vampire nature, rather than something personal. "Rhea and I grew up together. She's like a sister to me. And if you've been a friend to her while she's adjusted to this life, I'm grateful to you." Jeeves called my name before she could respond.
"Sean will see you in his study."
I raised a brow at her and inclined my head, though I didn't break eye contact. I'd learned as a child never to be the first to do that when dealing with a predator. After all, I was one too. "It was a pleasure to meet you," I said. "I'm sure we'll meet again now that Rhea's back." Once Sean had closed the door and greeted us, I mentioned her. "Pleasant woman, that Dominique," I snarked. Sean gave me a wry smile.
"Honestly, she usually is. This has been difficult for her because Rhea spent a lot of time alone thinking. Dominique thought this was going to be a fun vacation for the two of them, but it's not turning out that way. It's hard for her to understand because it's been centuries since she was human. She doesn't remember how conflicting and emotional it can be. Frankly, I'm glad Rhea's retained that. It gives me hope that I won't have to worry about her like I do so many of the others."
I had mixed feelings, too. Sean had been a friend to me. More than that, actually. He was sort of a father figure. Even though we shared a mutual professional respect, I always knew that I was a rung or 5 lower than him in the scheme of things. He was, after all, more than 1,000 years old and owned most of the town. Still, he never treated me with anything other than respect, so I was hurt and disappointed he'd kept such a huge thing from me. He held up a hand.
"Before you say anything, I want to apologize. I was in an untenable situation no matter how I looked at it. I either had to lie to you, which I deplore doing, even if it's by omission, or I had to betray Rhea. In the end, I had to respect that it was her secret to either reveal or keep. I don't know if it makes any difference, but I'd do the same for you."
I heaved a defeated sigh. I couldn't argue with that or even be mad at him for making the call he did. It was the right one. I said as much.
"Look at me, Cori."
I did as he asked, and the sincerity in his eyes was enough to give my heart a squeeze.
"I'm not just apologizing. I'm telling you that I'm truly sorry. I never meant to hurt you, and, in her defense, I don't think Rhea did either. She didn't even know vampires or werewolves or magic existed until she was one. She may not have died, but she did lose her life as she knew it.
He gave me a second to think about that, and when I did, I had to own a little of the guilt because I'd hidden my world from her for 20 years.
I'm not sorry Estefan made the call he did because I may have done the same.
He continued.
He was just out running that night and saw the crash. He pulled her from it, and there was no way she would have survived. He barely managed to save her. It was touch and go for a few days, and by the time I got here, they'd already left for Spain. I spoke to her, though, and she asked me to keep quiet until she decided what to do. I figured it was the least I could do. I don't remember being human, or at least I don't remember much, but I do understand how it feels to wonder where you fit in.
The whole time he'd been talking, my emotions had run the gamut from anger to sadness to pity.
But the important thing in all of this, Cori, is ask yourself, would you rather she died?
I jerked my head up. The question was jarring, yet it snapped everything into perspective. Absolutely not. He gave me a smile, then reached out and squeezed my hand. The coolness of his skin brought me the rest of the way out of my funk.
Then tell her that. Be grateful. You're getting a chance very few do. You're getting your friend back from the dead.
When he put it like that, I realized how petty I'd been being, and I decided then and there to fix it. The problem was, Rhea was still a solid suspect for the murder, and I couldn't honestly look into my heart and say for sure that I believed she was innocent. Chapter 22.
Would you like me to see if she's available?
He asked. I thought about it for a second before I shook my head. No, I have to solve this murder first before I can turn my focus to anything personal. Understanding lit his face.
And you're not sure she's innocent?
It never did any good to try to keep something from him, so I shook my head. I'm not. She lied about being there, Sean. The people who saw her positively identified her, and it's not like there's a ton of cars like that just driving up and down the streets of Castle's Bluff. He nodded and shifted his gaze away, thinking.
I know. It's been troubling me too. I asked her about it, and she's sticking to her guns, as you'd say. She swears she wasn't there.
He looked back up at me.
Did she have some sort of connection to the dead girl that I don't know about?
She does, though I'm not sure how strong it is. It could be completely inconsequential, or it could be a motive for murder, depending on how Rhea views the night of her death. Daisy Westfield was the manager of the restaurant Rhea was working at. Rhea had shown up late for work, as she had several times before, and the owner made Daisy fire her. Sean nodded slowly.
I see now what you mean. So, if Rhea accepts that it was her fault she lost her job, then she has no motive. If, on the other hand, she believes it was Daisy's fault, then it was also on Daisy that Rhea was even on that road at that exact time. By extension, it's Daisy's fault she was in the wreck.
Exactly. He was quiet for a few moments while he thought.
I think Rhea has come to terms with her new life. That's not to say, though, that she doesn't wish the crash had never happened. I guess what it comes down to is, do we think Rhea is a murderer? And the answer to that, at least for me, is an unequivocal, resounding no.
He steepled his fingers.
One of the main reasons Esteban took her to Spain was because she was having a hard time adapting. She refused to drink human blood, and she wouldn't leave the house for fear of hurting somebody. He has a large country estate where she could roam for miles without fear of running into a human.
Alex spoke up for the first time.
Are you telling me she's never drunk real blood?
Sean gave him a small smile and nodded.
She'll only drink synthetic, though Dominique has tried to convince her to try one of the vintages I keep in stock from the blood bank. She jokes that she's afraid that if she tries it, she'll like it, but that's not the reason. She had a hard time accepting who she is. Hurting somebody just isn't in her nature.
I thought back to the wicked temper she'd had when we were growing up. She'd been in more than her fair share of fights, and she hadn't grown out of it. I was having trouble reconciling the girl I'd grown up with and the gentle soul he was describing. I said as much, and he shrugged.
You know I don't involve myself in the human goings-on in Castle's Bluff. All I can speak to is the woman I've known since she was turned. I did pay attention because I felt a certain responsibility for her, both because she was close to you and because she was from my town, and it happened when Estefan was staying at my home. Though, to be honest, I've only met her in person a few times.
There wasn't anything left to say, really, so I made our excuses. Before he opened the doors to see us out, I turned to him. Thank you for helping me see the situation clearly. I don't blame you. I would have done the same thing in your shoes. He smiled, relief lighting his face.
Thank you, Cordelia. There aren't many times when I find myself at odds with my conscience, but this was one of them. I'm grateful to still count you among my allies.
He paused.
And friends.
Jeeves was waiting to see us out, and Sean winked at me.
I think you're growing on him. When he announced you, he wasn't even frowning. There may have even been a touch of concern.
I snorted. Don't go getting ahead of yourself. Jeeves and I have a rhythm. That got an outright laugh.
You do indeed. I'm truly grateful you're part of our entourage. And you too, Alexander. Speaking of, Charlotte's in residence. Why don't you make time for a lesson while you're here?
I glanced at Alex, who shrugged.
May as well,
he said.
We can't do anything until we get the results back from the test anyway. Test?
Sean asked.
What test?
Alex explained the situation to him as we strolled down the long hall toward the rear courtyard where we had our lessons, our shoes noiseless on the gleaming gray marble.
So you don't know who these people are?
He asked, his brow furrowed. Nope, all we know is that they most definitely aren't Claire and Harold Smith. Miss Ellen tracked down the addresses listed on their licenses, and a young couple lives there.
I wish you'd have come to me about this. I could have gotten results as early as this afternoon.
How? I asked. Hunter Woods, the sheriff from Keyhole Lake, is in town, and he sent it to his guy in Atlanta, but even so, we won't know till this evening at the earliest. Sean smiled.
Cori. When are you ever going to learn that I'm an instant gratification type? When I want something done, I want it done now. Do you have a picture of them? Actually, we do.
Alex replied.
She took pictures of their IDs. Text them to me right now.
He said, then knocked the bossiness out of his tone.
If you'd like, I mean. I have a tech guy that has access to every facial recognition database on the planet.
I raised a brow. Everyone?
Really, Cordelia?
He rolled his eyes. Of course he was being literal. He was Sean. I pulled out my phone and texted him the pictures. Then he fiddled with his cell for a minute and gave a curt nod.
There. We should know something soon. Hopefully by the end of your lesson.
The man wasn't kidding either. I'd learned firsthand that when he wanted something done, it got done. The only problem with going through Sean was that the people in this case were human. Any information I got from him would have to be verified by a legit avenue. So I crossed my fingers that even if Sean's guy got it done first, Hunter's guy would come up with the same results. Until one or the other of them came through, though, I was at a dead end. Noelle's current brush with nasty witches was stewing in the back of my mind. So far in my career in law enforcement, and as a pack leader for that matter, I'd never had to use my magic to defend myself. Her situation was kind of an awakening for me. Just because I hadn't had a problem yet didn't mean I never would. I vowed then and there to master my magic so that if the time came, I'd be ready. Chapter 23. An hour and 20 brutal minutes later, I wiped the sweat from my brow after barely dodging a huge rock. Alex laughed.
Sorry about that. I thought you were ready.
For what? To have my brains bashed out by a flying boulder? I scowled at him, but then focused and sent the stone sailing back toward him. I smirked when he barely managed to deflect it himself. Charlotte's voice cut through my satisfaction. All right, kids, play nice. You're only sparring, not actually trying to kill each other. Though I do have to say, you've both come a long way since we started. Almost without thought, I reached up and touched the crystal hanging around my neck. An ancient witch had given it to Kat, telling her only that she'd know what to do with it when the time came. Luckily for me, she was right. Kat had given it to me, and Alex had its twin. The luminous blue stones helped us separate our wolves from our witches, so we could effectively use our magic. It had made all the difference in the world for me. To be honest, before I'd gotten it, my magic had been spotty. I'd just figured any serious magic had skipped me since I was only a quarter witch, or a half, depending on how you looked at it. My mom, a witch, had been attacked by a werewolf when she was pregnant with my sister. My father had saved her when she'd begun going through the change, so if you think of my mom as all witch and all werewolf, I'm a half witch. If you think of her as a half and half, which isn't really accurate either, then I'm a quarter witch. Regardless of the math, my magic was horrible before Kat gave me the stone. Little had I known, it was only because my werewolf blood was blocking it. At any rate, my pathetic lack of magical education had come to Sean's attention during the whole Zach incident, and he'd insisted on providing me with a tutor. Alex hadn't really struggled with his magic because he'd simply chosen not to develop it. Sean informed him that was at an end too. It wasn't that Sean was bossy. Okay, yes, he was. But more than that, he took care of people he cared about. He'd seen a deficit and, because he'd taken us under his wing, took it upon himself to fix it. Switch it up, Charlotte called. Let's see some water magic. Water was hard for me. It hadn't taken long to figure out that mental magic was my forte, so I tended to stick to that. Alex, on the other hand, was more powerful with the elements. He could call water and whip up a windstorm, which honestly made me a little jealous. I could throw rocks. He could make lightning. Totally unfair. I sighed and prepared myself for a soaking. Don't look like you've already lost the war before it even starts, Charlotte said, her tone severe. You know it makes me crazy when you go all defeatist. She was right. So I gathered my wits and focused on drawing water from whatever resources I had. Gods and goddesses knew Alex was going to, and maybe, just maybe, I could get ahead of it for once. I sent out a mental feeler looking for water and came upon the jackpot. The pool was close enough that I'd be able to manipulate it if I concentrated. Alex, being the drama queen that he was when it came to his favorite form of magic, clapped his hands and closed his eyes. I could already feel the air around me becoming drier. Since I had no hope of pulling water out of thin air, literally, I focused on the pool. If all went well, I'd be able to call it over and drench him before he got me first. I closed my eyes and summoned it, not sure how much magic it would actually take. I only wanted to bring a little. After a few minutes, Sean's voice disrupted my concentration.
Cordelia,
He snapped.
put the water back in the pool right now.
I opened my eyes and gasped when I saw every drop of pool water hovering above and several feet outside of its concrete home. I cringed when I saw Dominique clad in a red sarong directly under it, holding her hands up as if she could stop it. I put everything I had into pushing the water back over the pool and was doing a fine job until Rhea's voice sounded from right beside me. I snapped my head toward her and cringed when I heard a splash, then a squeal of outrage. Rhea slapped her hand over her mouth to stifle a giggle, but Dominique wasn't finding the same humor in the situation that she was. Instead, she was standing by the pool, fists clenched at her sides, her floppy hat drooping and her sarong clinging to her like a wet t-shirt. Her face was a dripping mask of outrage, and I barely had time to step out of the way when she shot across the yard toward me. In fact, if it hadn't been for the super speed that was a permanent side effect of a medicine Sean had used to save my life a few months ago, she'd have had me for sure. "Dominic!" Rhea barked. "Stop!" Stood between the two of us, hands out, and I tried to nudge her out of the way. I didn't need her to fight my battles, and my wolf was begging to take a shot at the snooty vamp. Rhea turned to me and caught my gaze. "Cori, please." I took a long, hard look at Dominique. Her chest was heaving and her expression was thunderous, but she didn't have murder in her eyes anymore. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Sean standing by, waiting to intervene. I relaxed my stance. After all, it had been my fault. "My bad," I said to Dominique. "I'm sorry I dropped the water on you. It wasn't my intent."
Well, then maybe you should.
Rhea glared at her. Dominique pulled in a deep breath and mashed her lips together for a second.
Fine,
she finally said.
Apology accepted.
Then she turned and stomped toward the house. I turned toward Rhea, whose eyes were drooping. She looked exhausted, and it occurred to me that she was out in the daytime. "You look beat. Maybe you should go to bed." She gave me a wan smile. "You're probably right. Sometimes I can stay up just fine, but other days it's all I can do to make it till noon. Right now, my butt's dragging. I'm trying to get it turned around, but it's not easy. Can we talk tonight or tomorrow morning, maybe?" I paused. Was I ready to do that? "Tomorrow would be better if I can. I need to take care of some things." "Okay," she said, then gave me a look I couldn't quite interpret before turning toward the house. "I'll talk to you later." Sean stepped forward and gave me a pointed look.
The pool, Cordelia, really?
I hated it when he, or anybody else for that matter, called me by my given name, and he knew it. Still, he was right. It had been a dumb thing to do. "I'm sorry. I was thinking more about winning than about the consequences." Alex snickered beside me.
As if you could actually beat me with water.
I elbowed him.
At any rate,
Sean said, waving a dismissive hand,
I just heard from my guy. He got a hit on the facial recognition. The man is Robert Cantanelli, a banker from Ohio.
All thoughts of magic and horsing around fled my mind. And the woman?
His wife, Chloe.
Well, that explained why he called her Chloe, then. Do they have any criminal ties? A record? Sean shook his head.
No. As a matter of fact, my guy only traced them down because Robert has a picture on file with a financial institution and likes to mingle with high society. He had to manually pull up Chloe's picture from social media accounts linked to Robert.
My mind was whirring, trying to put together the pieces.
I'm sorry, he didn't get more than that,
Sean said, but I held up my hand. Are you kidding? In less than 2 hours, you managed to find out who the heck they are. There's no way I could have done that on my own. I appreciate it. Alex nodded.
She's right. I'm not even sure we could have found it, no matter how much time we had. That was some fancy footwork your guy pulled.
Sean smiled with pride.
For what he charges me, he better be fancy.
Maybe the fingerprints will come back with a hit, I said, though I wasn't holding my breath. I couldn't imagine that a banker was going to come back with much of a history, but then again, I couldn't figure out why a banker from Ohio was in my neck of the woods using a fake ID. I gathered my backpack and bottle of water and motioned for Chaos to come along. I want to get back and do a little research of my own.
Cori,
Sean said as he held the back door open for us. Yeah?
Don't let Dominique rattle you. It's unusual for her to be so aggressive. She's usually quite laid back and fun. I think she's just jealous that you have a past with Rhea.
Yeah, well, I goaded her. Plus, she knew Rhea was alive. I was the one her best friend lied to. I felt guilty saying that, but it was true, and it was the part I was having a hard time getting over.
I know, and I also know you'll work it out. You're intelligent and fair.
Sean said.
She is,
Alex replied.
But this is a big deal. If it takes her some time, then it just does. Rhea can't expect her to just get over it, especially with the murder. We know she's lying about that, and we can't think of a logical reason for her to do so if she's not guilty.
Sean's face was pensive.
I know. I don't understand that either, so I don't have an answer for you.
He stopped in front of his office.
If you don't mind seeing yourselves out, I have a business call I need to make. Sure thing,
Alex said.
Thanks again.
He nodded and split off through the pocket doors. Jeeves gave us a nod as we passed through the front door, then closed them for us. So, do you have an idea yet? I asked as I skipped down the veranda steps toward where his truck was parked.
Not yet, but I'm working on it. The pieces will fall together.
Chapter 24. In addition to being a PAC representative, Alex also did some graphic design on the side. He said it never hurts to be diverse, plus it put a little extra money in his pocket. He needed to work on a couple projects, so I left him at my place and took the Jeep to the office. Sam was there when I got there, working on some paperwork. He gave me a dirty look when I dropped my backpack on the floor beside my desk before plopping down in my chair. "What you working on?" I asked, stretching my neck to see what form he was completing.
Same thing it seems I spend half my time working on. I'm filling out Gertrude's complaint form.
I shook my head. I think it would be easier at this point if we just kept a running list with dates and the complaint du jour. Half the time, it involves somebody's underwear or other scandalous behavior anyway, so we could just use the little quote mark each time.
That's how I used to do it before the new sheriff.
Translation me.
Came in and decided everything had to be done by the book.
When I'd first started, I'd felt like a bug under a microscope. I was the youngest sheriff ever appointed and the first woman sheriff. Ditto on the pack leader position. Plus, I had no beta, so that brought even more scrutiny. I'd felt the need to cross every T and dot every I. Now that I'd been in the position for a couple of years, I no longer felt that sense of pressure. I know I was an overenthusiastic noob with an all-consuming desire to please everyone. Grab a notepad and stick it in the bottom filing cabinet drawer. Put her name on the first page. From now on, we'll just add the date and summarize the complaint.
And what about the others?
We had a small but time-consuming little old lady brigade that had nothing better to do than look for reasons to complain. They were one of the main reasons Sam had turned down the sheriff's position. He said they cut into his fishing time, and here he was dealing with them anyway. Same thing, I said, waving my hand. Give 'em each a page. He snorted.
It's probably better to give 'em each a notebook. It'll be easier to keep 'em organized.
Unfortunately, he wasn't kidding. You're right. We're not eliminating the waste of trees, but we'll be reducing them at least. A little twinge of guilt needled its way through me. And I'm sorry you've had to deal with them. It's not fair.
Damn straight it's not,
he growled. I gave him an ornery grin. Even if they do request you 9 times out of 10, I'm just the third-rate substitution.
Yeah, well, that makes it even worse. I feel like the last cookie on the plate the way they ogle me.
I giggled at the visual and his use of the word ogle, but he wasn't wrong. Nearly every woman who came in to complain was either single or widowed. Sam was apparently quite the catch. He was in his 60s, but looked at least 10 years younger. Plus, he still had that military look about him, which was no doubt a tremendous draw.
So, what's up with Daisy's case?
He asked.
Did you find out anything else about the Smiths?
I gave him the rundown, and he scratched his whiskers, something he did when he was concentrating.
So, why would a banker and his wife be traveling incognito? It can't be for anything good, but for the life of me, I can't figure out anything in Castle's Bluff that would attract them.
Me either, I said. Maybe when we get the DNA results from Hunter's guy in Atlanta, we'll get some answers.
Don't expect much from that,
he said.
He'll only get a hit if they're already in the databases. Though, as a banker, I'd think they'd have some system in place to keep track of them, or to do a criminal background check at the least.
I was afraid he was right, but I wasn't sure what else to do. Rhea was lying, but I had no way of proving it without bringing forth a post-living witness, and it wasn't like I could subpoena her in a human court. The best I could hope for was that somebody came forth with some new information. We spent the next couple of hours completing the day-to-day tasks required to run the sheriff's office, and I'd just finished when my phone rang. An unknown Georgia number showed on the screen. "Sheriff Sloane," I said when I slid to answer.
Hi, Sheriff, this is Jim Sanders. You sent me some fingerprints and DNA samples.
I sat up straighter in my chair. "Jim, do you mind if I put you on speaker? I have my second-in-command here with me."
I don't mind, but you may want to make sure nobody else can hear.
A quick glance around through the glass walls of our office assured me nobody else was within earshot, but I rose and pushed the door shut, then muttered a muffling spell anyway. "Okay, Jim, we're secure. Did you find anything?"
I did, actually. The DNA was inconclusive because the sample was compromised, but I got a hit on the print on the juice glass. I'm afraid I don't have a name for you because it was pulled from a bank robbery scene in a town in Pennsylvania. So far, we haven't been able to match it to anybody, but that robbery is linked to 3 others. The last one was earlier in the week, just a few hours from you. It was a near miss because a cop just happened to be there applying for a mortgage.
Sam's eyebrows shot clear into his hairline. "I can help you with the names, at least," I said, hardly able to believe what was going on. I'd appreciate the irony under other circumstances. The print belongs to an older man who's staying at a local B&B with his wife. They're using assumed names, but one of my resources ran a facial recognition program on them. The man is Robert Cantonelli, and the woman is his wife, Chloe. He's a banker from Ohio.
If you don't mind me asking, do you have a solid reason to suspect them of this murder? I'm afraid I'm required to report these findings to the appropriate agency. I can hold off for a couple hours, but beyond that, I'm risking my job.
No, I rushed to say. No need to hold off. Don't do anything that will get you in trouble. Do what you gotta do. I'll deal with things on this end. It wasn't like I had any real reason to arrest them, and I didn't want to risk losing them.
Okay,
He said.
This is high priority, so I'd be surprised if agents aren't dispatched ASAP. You probably have a couple hours at best.
What do you think? I asked Sam. I was his boss, but he had decades more experience than I did. He shrugged.
Now we wait for the feds to show up. I'm not sure what else to do. I think we should probably pick them up, though. If they slip away on our watch, you can bet there'll be hell to pay.
I had no problem with that, but I wanted to wrap up Daisy's murder before the feds pulled them into the cogs of the federal justice system. At that point, any charge in a podunk town like Castle's Bluff would most likely play second fiddle to multiple bank robberies. Are both of them involved, or just one of them? I asked, loud enough for Jim to hear me. He paused, and I could hear him clacking away on a keyboard.
From the looks of it, there's a woman involved too. The only thing we have on her, as far as description, is a general build and a wedding ring caught on one of the security tapes. It's unusual, but so far, our guys haven't been able to trace it to any particular jewelry designer. Otherwise, they wore the standard ski masks and trench coats.
Can you send me a pic of it? I asked, thinking back to the rock Claire, or rather Chloe, had been wearing the morning of the interview.
Sure thing,
he replied.
Do you want me to send it to your cell or your email?
My cell, please, the number you just called me at. A few beeps sounded, and then my text notification went off. I slid my finger down the screen to pull it up. Sure enough, it was a picture of Chloe Cantonelli's ring. That's it, Jim. She's wearing one just like it.
That zips it up then,
he said.
Can you tell us if there were any injuries or fatalities in any of the robberies?
Sam asked. I gave him the thumbs up. I should have thought to ask that, but didn't. Again, the sound of fingers on a keyboard clicked through the line.
Nope,
he said.
They were all in and out jobs. Not surprisingly, now that we know he's a banker, it looks like they knew exactly what they were doing and didn't burn any daylight getting the money and getting out. They put all the bank customers on the floor, then did what they came to do. Each robbery took less than 3 minutes.
3 minutes? I said, odd that people could even move that fast.
Yep,
he replied.
They weren't greedy, at least for bank robbers. She cleared out the teller's tills and kept an eye on the customers while he took the manager to the back and forced him to open the safe. Each time, he stayed in the vault for exactly 1 minute, starting when the manager began opening the safe. He'd stuff as much money as he could into a large department store bag, and when the minute was up, they skedaddled.
Smart, I said. Why the department store bag? I asked. Why not a duffel? Sam spoke up.
Probably so they could blend into the crowd. They did it during a busy period. Yep,
Jim replied.
Morning rush hour.
A rueful smile crossed Sam's face.
Smart. They beat the time it takes to get the law to get there, then leave. Shed the coats and masks and blend in with everybody else. Nothing to see or hear, folks. Just an older couple out doing a little morning shopping. That pretty much sums it up,
Jim said.
Anyway, I've sent the notification, so you're on a timer. Good luck.
We disconnected and I turned to Sam. What now? We don't have any evidence against them for the murder. My email notification sounded on my computer, and when I checked, it was the DNA results. As he'd said, it was inconclusive. That put us back to square one. Chapter 25. Just when I thought the day couldn't get any worse, my inside phone line beeped. I leaned across my desk and answered it. "Yes, Miss Ellen." "Daisy's mama is here to see you," she said in a hushed voice. "She saw your Jeep outside, so she knows you're here." I ran my hand over my face. "Send her back." It wasn't more than a minute before the soft squeak of tennis shoes on tile alerted me to her presence. I rose to open the door for her. Like Gertrude has said, she was a handsome woman. Pretty didn't quite work because her features were a bit too strong, but she was most certainly attractive in a working-class sort of way. Fine lines feathered out from her eyes and around her mouth, and wrinkles around her lips revealed a lifetime of either smoking or puckering her lips in consternation. Since she also had laugh lines, I was betting on the former rather than the latter. "Mrs. Westfield, please come in. I apologize for not coming to see you myself." Usually, I'd have gone to deliver the news myself, but with the way the day had gone, I'd sent one of my deputies instead. It didn't sit well, but I couldn't change it. She fluttered a hand. "That's okay, Sheriff. I know you were working to solve it, and besides, it doesn't really matter who delivers that sort of news. It's the content, not the bearer, that kills you. You couldn't have made it any easier for me." "I'm truly sorry, though. Daisy was a good egg, and a lot of people are going to miss her." She met my eyes, and the unshed tears glistening in hers about broke my heart. "Can you tell me what's going on? I've tried to stay out of your way, but I can't stand not knowing who did this." At that moment, I would have given just about anything to have been able to give her a definite answer. Instead, I just shook my head. "I'm sorry. We're doing our best, but so far, we haven't had any luck. We had a suspect, but the evidence we thought we had didn't match up." I didn't see any reason to fill her in on the Smiths, or rather, the Cantonellis, since I didn't have anything solid on them. After all, being a holier-than-thou jerk wasn't a crime, no matter how much I thought it should be, and I couldn't hardly tell her a vampire back from the dead was spotted at the scene either. As far as Marcus's mom went, that was a kettle of fish I wasn't ready to spill yet. "Nothing?" she asked, anguish in her eyes. Frustration washed over me as I shook my head. "Nothing I can act on. We're following up on a couple of leads, but what little I have is circumstantial at best and weak." She hung her head. "I know you're doing your best. You've always been fair." She turned to Sam. "And so have you. I just wish there was more." "So do I, ma'am. But I promise to keep you in the loop. The minute we have something conclusive, you'll be the first to know." "That's all I can ask, then," she said, pushing up from the chair. She seemed to have aged 5 years since she'd come in, and the weight of my responsibilities felt like an anvil on my shoulders. Once she'd left, I glanced at Sam. "Do you feel as useless as I do right now?" The pinched look on his face was all the answer I needed, but he nodded anyway. "There has to be something we're missing," he said, then sighed. "But until we figure out what it is, let's go arrest us some bank robbers." I nodded. It wasn't a solution to Daisy's murder, but at least we'd be able to wrap something up. Since we were making an arrest, we jumped in one of our 3 cruisers and headed to the B&B. When we got there, the only vehicle in the lot was Kitty's, and I huffed out a frustrated breath. She saw us coming before we could turn around and leave, though, and flagged us down. I figured we might as well talk to her to see if she knew where they'd gone. Sam pulled the cruiser into the parking space closest to the porch, and we climbed out. "Hey, you two," Kitty said. "Come on in. I just pulled a fresh batch of cinnamon rolls out of the oven. I'll make a pot of coffee." Both sounded divine, and my stomach rumbled. Sam raised a brow. "What?" I asked. "It's been a long time since breakfast."
"Only a few hours,"
he replied.
"And unless I miss my guess, you ate enough for 3 people then."
"I'm a growing girl," I said, with a grin and a shrug. He snorted.
"Yeah, if you were human, you'd be growing all right, out either side."
"Good thing I'm not a human, then," I replied. "Werewolves need their calories. Flavored coffee or regular?" Kitty asked, pulling out a little drawer to reveal rows of different flavored pods. "I have blueberry and hazelnut."
"Plain coffee,"
Sam said as we took a seat at the small kitchen table.
"Blueberries and nuts go in desserts, not coffee."
"Blueberry for me, please." It was my favorite regular coffee on the planet, until you got into lattes, of course. She popped a pot in and put a fresh cup under it, then hit start. Within just a couple minutes, she had 3 cups of coffee ready to go. She set ours in front of us, then slid a plate of still warm cinnamon rolls in front of us. I plucked one off the plate and bit into it, groaning as the soft bread melted into the creamy icing in my mouth. Kitty grinned. "I do love a girl that can appreciate a good dessert." "Always," I said after washing down the bite with a swig of coffee. "Now," she said, settling into a chair, "I know you didn't just come to eat. What brings you here?"
"We're looking for the Smiths,"
Sam said. She glanced at the clock on the wall. "They should be back any time. They said around 3, and it's 2:45 now." She narrowed her eyes. "Do you think she had something to do with Daisy's death?" Sam shook his head.
"Not that we can prove. We need to see them about another matter."
"Ah," she said, understanding dawning. "You can't tell me. That's okay. I respect that. They're not dangerous, though, are they?" I figured we could give her that much. "Not that we know of." Tires crunching on gravel caught my attention, and I popped the last bite of roll into my mouth and licked the icing off my fingers. Kitty smiled. We gave the Cantinellis time to get to the porch before we rose to greet them.
"Robert and Chloe Cantinelli,"
Sam said.
"You're under arrest. You have the right to remain silent."
Despite great protests from both of them, Sam finished Mirandizing them while we cuffed them. "Cantinelli?" Kitty asked, narrowing her eyes. "They signed in under the name Smith. Are you telling me they lied?" I nodded. "Well, then," she said, looking at them like she'd smelled something bad. "Don't think for a minute you're getting a refund. My policy states that if you practice any sort of deceptive action during the application or registration process, I reserve the right to ask you to leave, regardless of how much you've paid already." She gave a brisk nod. "And I'm asking you to leave."
Oh, for heaven's sake, Chloe snapped. Being arrested is almost worth getting out of this godforsaken hole in the wall.
She turned to me.
I'll deal with whatever you think you have on us when my lawyer gets a hold of you. But for now, get me out of here.
To my great surprise, Kitty reached out and gave her a solid pinch right on the fatty part of her arm, and Chloe yelped.
"Sheriff, she just assaulted me."
"If I assaulted you, you'd know it," Kitty said with a satisfied smirk. "Alls I did was give you a taste of what my kids gave me when I caught them fibbing. Be lucky it's all you got." For just a brief second, Kitty's eyes flashed silver, and I gave a little smile. Chloe didn't know just how lucky she really was. Rule number 1, don't poke the bear. Chapter 26. After we booked the Cantinellis in, I went to my office to start filing the paperwork. Since I already knew they were temporary guests, I started the transfer paperwork too. This was one case that did need to have everything done properly. I gave Alex a call to let him know I was going to be a while, and he offered to bring me something to eat. Since I wasn't sure I'd even have time, I told him I'd give him a call when I was finished and we could just go somewhere. While I worked, my mind churned. I wanted this woman to be guilty, but there just wasn't any evidence to support it. The irritating part was that there wasn't any evidence to clear her either. Just as Jim had predicted, 2 guys in suits showed up within an hour. It was all I could do to be civil because they strode in like they owned the place, then treated me like I was some hick cop who'd never made an arrest before. "Look," I finally said when the one in charge rolled his eyes for the umpteenth time. "You wouldn't be here if it weren't for me. I understand it wasn't exactly on purpose, but I don't think you're in much of a position to talk down to me. I arrested them and handed them over in a nice neat package, bow and all. I'm sure it's beneath you to actually say thank you, but I've earned a little bit of professional courtesy at least." They both had the good grace to look away. Then Agent Phillips, the one in charge, apologized.
"I'm sorry,"
he said, scrubbing a hand over his face.
"It's just that we ended up with a little egg on our faces when they turned up here. He actually came up on our radar a few months ago because his wife had gone out and made some large purchases that sent out an alert. Rather than print him ourselves, we used the ones he'd submitted as part of his bank's required documentation, and I'm afraid the investigation fell through the cracks somehow, and we didn't follow up on the purchases any further than that."
"Oh," I said, seeing why they'd be a little salty. It was never easy to be caught with your pants down, especially if you took pride in your work.
"Do you mind if we ask you how you made the connection between the prince and his actual identity?"
I chewed my lip, wondering how I was going to explain it without outing Sean's connection. Fortunately, I didn't have to. The vampire himself showed up right at that moment, as he was prone to do. I raised a brow, wondering how on earth he'd known.
"Hello, Sheriff,"
he said, giving me a broad smile.
"Alexander told me you were expecting guests that may have some questions."
I breathed a sigh of relief and made a mental note to find an appropriate way to thank Alex for saving my bacon. "Hello, Mr. Castle," I said, following his lead with the formality. "I do indeed. These gentlemen are from the FBI. They were just asking how I made the connection between the prince and the Cantinellis, since Mr. Cantinelli had submitted false prints with his employer." He held out his hand to the agent in charge.
"Gentlemen, it's a pleasure."
I recognized the glazed, slightly out-of-focus expressions that drifted across their faces. Sean was working his hoodoo.
How she made the connection really isn't important. The important part is that you got your man, or your couple, to be precise. You should be thanking these 2 fine officers for wrapping it up for you."
Both agents shook their heads after a few more seconds as if to clear them, then turned to me.
"Thank you again, Sheriff Sloane,"
said Agent Phillips.
"You did an excellent job, and we're grateful."
I smiled and accepted his handshake.
"We'll be on our way,"
he continued as he signed the last of the transfer paperwork.
"You have yourself a great day."
Sam glanced at me and gave a brief nod.
"I'll go with them to get the prisoners and see them out."
Sean was leaning against my doorframe and stepped aside to let them pass. Giving a sigh of relief, I shook my head. Oh, as always, your timing is perfect. I'm glad Alex thought to call you because everything happened so fast that it never occurred to me that they might question the leaps in logic. He laughed.
No worries, believe me, this wasn't even a blip compared to some sticky situations I've had to manage.
His face turned serious.
No new leads on who killed that poor young girl?
I shook my head. Nothing. It just doesn't make sense. There were only a couple people there that morning, and all of them check out. We do have Noelle Flynn, a witch from Keyhole Lake and her crew, but to be honest, her sterling reputation precedes her, and her boyfriend is the sheriff down there. He's built a strong reputation as a good cop who's cleaned up the town, and my gut tells me they're innocent.
What about the mother of the boy she was dating? I heard she's quite a piece of work.
She is, I said. And she's at the top of my list. She doesn't have an alibi, and she's within walking distance of here if she cut through the woods.
And what does your gut say about her?
I lifted a shoulder. I'm not sure. She has a lot of slimy stuff in her head. Lots of hate and self-righteousness. It was hard to pick one negative emotion from the rest of them.
Do you think she could have done it?
After thinking about it for a second, I nodded. I do, but thinking it and proving it are two different things. Chapter 27. Sean took his leave and I called Alex. I was starving and frustrated and just wanted to take a mental break for an hour or two. We agreed to meet at Sully's. My phone rang and I pulled it out of my pocket. Colleen's number popped up on the display. Hey, Colleen, what's up? She heaved a sigh. What's up is that I'm messed up. I frowned. That was so unlike her that I could barely fathom it, but it happened. Okay, I'm sure it isn't anything that can't be fixed. No, it isn't, but I missed a major piece of evidence. I thanked my lucky stars. Better late than never. Please tell me it's something useful. Oh, it may be useful, all right. Do any of the guests at Kitty's have long dark hair? I did a mental inventory. The only one with dark hair was Hunter, and his was short. There was only one person we'd talked to who did have dark hair, though. Gwen Harvey. No, none of the guests do, but Marcus Harvey's mother does. Who's Marcus Harvey? She asked. He was dating Daisy, and his mama did not approve at all. We talked to her yesterday, and she's a real peach. I'll contact the judge now to get a warrant for her hair sample. I put in the call, but it went to voicemail. Since it was beautiful out, he was no doubt on the back nine at the country club. I left a message and debated about going out there to talk to him myself. Remembering how cranky he got when somebody interrupted his golf game, I opted to wait. He was good about calling me back as soon as he got a message, and it wasn't like Gwen was going anywhere. Just as I signed off on the last piece of paperwork from the transfer, Miss Ellen buzzed me. I picked up. There's a platinum blonde up here asking to see you. She said she's an old friend of yours, but won't give me her name. Big floppy hat, Hollywood sunglasses, and blazing red lipstick. She looks familiar, but I can't for the life of me place her. I scrubbed a hand over my face. Rhea. Send her back, I said. I was going to have to deal with her sooner or later, so I might as well get it out of the way. Hey, she said, twisting her neck around the door as she took a couple tentative steps into my office. I hope it's okay that I came here. I shrugged, the desire to punch her waging a war against a near overwhelming urge to pull her into my arms and hug her, an act I'd never thought I'd be able to do again. I loved her dearly and had mourned her like I'd lost a sister. I still thought about her all the time whenever I drove by the ice cream parlor or the movies and saw a group of kids kicking it up and having a good time. Anytime somebody walked by me wearing Sweet Pea body spray. Heck, I still couldn't watch the Harry Potter marathons without crying at least once, because we'd seen every single movie together at their midnight premieres. She pulled off the glasses, and pink tears glistened in her eyes. The wig she'd chosen was platinum blonde, just as Miss Ellen had said, and was bored straight with blocky bangs chopped straight across her forehead. Rather than punch her or hug her, I resorted to my go-to defense, snark. That wig looks stupid. She smiled and gave a half-sob, half-laugh. I know, that's why I wore it. The old Rhea would have never been caught dead in it, so I figured it would help throw people off. They'll pay more attention to the wig than my features. I bought a dozen of them before I came. Dominique wears them all the time, so I figured they'd be another layer of disguise. Is that why you wore the hooker red lipstick, too? I said with a small smile. Already we were falling back into the easy relationship we'd always had. It made me mad, but it also made me stupidly happy. No, I wore it because now that I don't have splotchy skin, I can. Are you finished working? She asked. I am. I was just leaving to meet Alex at Sully's. Maybe I could coax her into telling me why she'd been at the B&B if we spent a little time together. Her face fell, and I made a snap decision. Why don't we go to the Hook instead? The Rusty Hook was the dive bar where Kat worked, and a vampire named Rox owned it. Humans weren't prone to go there, at least not any of the ones who would recognize her. Oh, I've heard he has killer Bloody Marys. I smiled. Rox made vampire-friendly Bloody Marys made out of faux blood, which he kept behind the counter and served only upon request, of course. He does. My friend and roommate Kat is bartending. I fired off a quick text to Alex that we'd had a change of plans. I wasn't sure about what I was doing, but I was sure that I'd wished a million times that I could hug her and laugh with her just one more time. I wasn't going to blow it now that I had that chance. We can take my car, she said. I want to tell you all about what I've been doing for the past 5 years. Can you believe Sean wants to rebrand the town as a paranormal destination? Just hearing her mention the paranormal was surreal to me. I'd spent my entire life hiding who I was from her, and it felt good for that secret to be out in the open. I grabbed my backpack and she curled her nose. Are you still fighting carrying a real purse? Yeah, I said. I don't want to have to dig for things, and I can't put everything I might need into a purse. Plus, I want to have my hands free if I need 'em. She gave a little nod as we walked through the hallway toward the front door. That makes a lot more sense now that I know what's up than it did back when I was human. She frowned a little when she said that, but only for a second. I called goodbye to Miss Ellen on my way out, and her eyes narrowed as she studied Rhea, who kept her face averted. She was a tough old bird, not much got past her. She'd figure it out sooner rather than later, but we were probably safe for now. I climbed into the passenger seat of Rhea's car and dropped my backpack between my knees as she fired it up. When she gassed it to move forward, raw power practically oozed from the engine. We chatted for the few minutes it took us to get to the Hook, and I smiled when I saw Alex leaning against his truck waiting for us. He's hot, she whispered, giving me wide-eyed approving glance. I know, and he's sweet and loyal and smart too. Just looking at that grin made my heart melt a little. He came around to my side as soon as we came to a stop and opened the door for me. I pulled my backpack out of the floorboard, and when I went to sling it over my shoulder, I realized it had snagged on another of her ridiculous wigs. This one dark. Something pinged against the asphalt parking lot. I turned to see what I'd dropped, and there, shining against the black pavement, was a gleaming gold name tag with Daisy inscribed on it in black letters. Chapter 28. Rhea was smiling and chattering about Bloody Marys, unaware of what I'd found. Once she realized we'd fallen silent, she stopped. "What?" she asked, her gaze bouncing back and forth between us. "What's going on? Why are you—" She glanced toward the ground and saw the name tag, and the smile slid from her face. Her gaze flew to mine, and she held out her hands. "Cori, I swear to God!" I gave her the palm. "Just don't, Rhea. Don't say anything." This was a crappy situation on a number of levels. First, I was going to lose her all over again. Second, she'd lied to me, and I'd actually fallen for it. And finally, I wasn't going to be able to give justice to Daisy's mom. Rhea was a vampire and would be dealt with by their council. Nobody in the human world would even have a clue. I speed-dialed Sean and prayed he got there as quickly as he always did. His vampire speed had come in handy more than once. I tried to be quiet, but I couldn't. "Why, Rhea?" I asked, feeling my heart crack. "Surely you don't still hold a grudge against her for firing you?" "No, Cori, I swear to you, I didn't hurt her." Alex pinned her with his gaze. "But you were there that morning and you lied about it." She pulled in a breath and blew it out through her cheeks. "Fine, I was there. She'd spotted me at the grocery store and recognized me even through the disguise. I went to try to convince her to not out me. She said she'd think about it, and I left. I wasn't there more than 5 minutes, and yes, I was mad and frustrated that she hadn't flat out agreed to stay quiet, but she was alive when I left." My phone rang, and I was shocked to see that it was Sean. I'd expected him to be there by now. "Come to the estate immediately," he said, his voice clipped. "And bring Rhea with you." He was rarely abrupt with me, but he hung up before I could even say okay. I looked at Rhea and Alex, who both heard the command. "Let's go," I said, motioning toward the truck. "At least let me put the top up on the car," she said. "It's Sean's, and I'd hate to repay his kindness by leaving it ripe for the picking." I gave a sharp nod, but stayed close to her as she put the top up and locked it. A heavy silence filled the truck as we drove to Sean's. Jeeves was waiting for us when we arrived. The door swung open before I even had a chance to knock. "Master's in the study." It still seemed weird to hear him say that, but semantics and vampire hierarchy were the furthest things from my mind at that point. Sean was indeed waiting for us in the study, along with a crying Dominique. "Rhea, I'm so sorry," she cried, despair tinging her voice. Sean whipped up his hand and silenced her. "Cordelia, Alex, I'm afraid I've solved your murder case, though most certainly not in a manner I would have chosen." He turned and pinned Dominique with a stare. Shock and despair slipped over Rhea's face. "Dominique, why?" The woman was so distraught that her words were tumbling out of her mouth in a sobbing mixture of French and English, and none of it was decipherable. Her hair was a mess, and her mascara was running down her cheeks. "I didn't mean to. I just wanted to make sure your secret was safe. That all our secrets stayed safe." Rhea plopped down onto the sofa, dazed. What did you do? I followed you and you talking to her. I heard her tell you she wasn't willing to give you her word and that she'd have to think about it. I waited for you to leave, then went inside and tried to talk to her myself. When I took her by the arm, she became angry and tried to shove me away. She started to scream, so I put my hand over her mouth. She tried to headbutt me. And when I pushed her backward to avoid it, I pushed too hard. I tried to catch her, but I couldn't. That must have been her name tag. Gordon Zilwig. She was sobbing so hard we could barely understand her. I swear. It was an accident. I was just trying to protect you. Rhea shook her head. Then what? You came to the store and waited for me? When I came outside, you were sitting in the car fixing your makeup. You said you'd been shopping. I saw your car in the parking lot. And knew you'd gone in to check on your brother. I wanted to make sure you were okay. Rhea's brother worked at the local convenience store, and though I was surprised she'd gotten that close, it lent credence to the story. The pieces all clicked into place. The dark hair, the bruise on Daisy's chest. I turned to Sean. What happens now? And what are we going to tell Daisy's poor mother? His gaze was hard. Dominic will go before the council. They're not as hard on vampire human killings as they are if the victim is another supernatural. As long as there's no risk of exposure, there's a chance they'll be lenient if they believe she had no intention of killing the woman. They recognize the difference between something like this and a case where the vampire has gone out and intentionally killed. Okay, Alex said. But again, what about Daisy's mother? She deserves closure. Sean raked his fingers through his hair. I'll talk to her. I'll make sure she has it. Rhea had gone to her friend and was hugging her, so I motioned to Alex and we made a quiet exit. Chapter 29. 3 days had passed since Dominique's big reveal, and things were settling back to normal. Rhea had gone back to Italy, where Dominique would stand trial. Sean had made good on his word and had planted a memory in Estelle's mind that wrapped everything up into a neat little bow. As for the rest of the town, I'd made an arrest that matched the description of the drifter Sean had created to be the fall guy for Mrs. Westfield, then given him a ride back to Sean's that night after everybody else in town was sleeping. If luck held, nobody else would follow up on the trial that was to take place in Atlanta because of jurisdictional issues. That was a lot of quotes, but it kept our secret and it gave Mrs. Westfield some peace. It also satisfied my sense of justice because I knew Dominique was going to pay for it. I had mixed feelings about that, though. I honestly didn't believe she'd gone there with the intent to hurt Daisy, but the girl had wound up dead. Sean swore that Dominique wasn't malicious and that she never would have done such a thing on purpose, and he was a hard-liner when it came to justice. He wouldn't say that if he didn't believe it beyond a shadow of a doubt. I didn't think an accident, no matter how horrible, warranted a death sentence and hoped that the council took that into consideration. Sean had considerable sway, so I trusted things would work out for the best. Alex was taking me to dinner, and he'd told me to dress up. I wasn't sure why, but he'd chosen the fanciest place in town to take me. I slicked on some lipstick and smiled at myself in the mirror. It seemed strange to see myself all dolled up, but it felt kinda good, too, as long as it only happened every once in a while. The doorbell rang, then the door clicked open. I'd told Alex 100 times he didn't have to knock, but he still did anyway, right before he came in. He said it was only polite to give us a heads up in case we were indecent. I slipped into a pair of heels and made my way down the stairs, careful not to trip and break my neck on the way down. Alex's gaze slid over me and he gave an appreciative whistle.
You look amazing.
Smiling, I replied, You don't look so bad yourself. Hot date? He grinned and pulled me into his arms, then gave me an Eskimo kiss, a wolfy sign of affection.
The hottest. It's the smoking werewolf chick. Oh, and she's a witch to boot. Totally badass.
I laughed. Sounds like you have your hands full. He dipped his head to give me a breath-stealing kiss, then waggled his brows.
I sure hope so.
I swatted him on the arm. Come on, lover boy. I'm starving, and Encino's has the best steak in Georgia. Feed me first, then we'll discuss the terms of the rest of the evening. The restaurant was packed when we got there, but the waiter, a good friend of mine, ushered us through the crowd and up to the rooftop where a little table was set for two, complete with candles. Soft music drifted from two speakers, mostly drowning out the chatter of guests from downstairs. I gave him a sideways glance after taking in the romantic scene and recognizing the effort he'd put into it. This was not what I'd been expecting at all, and anxiety twisted through my gut. What are you doing? I was almost afraid to hear the answer because though I knew I loved him, I wasn't sure I was ready for a proposal yet. Wolves mated for life, and we were still learning about each other.
I'm pampering the woman I love with excellent food and, hopefully, good company. We hardly ever get any time alone, and I plan to remedy that. You deserve a night of spoiling, and it's my pleasure to give it to you.
That's it? One corner of his mouth tilted up in a half grin.
That's it.
He pulled out my chair for me, and from there on out, the night was pure heaven, just as he'd promised. We had a relaxing, intimate evening without so much as a hint of murder, and by the time dessert arrived, I was stuffed. The strawberry shortcake looked too good for me to waste, though, so I picked up my fork. Before I could, Alex reached across the table and laid his hand on mine.
Hold up a sec. I have something for you.
He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a little black velvet box and started to pop the lid open. Panic almost closed my throat, and for the first time in my life, I started to hyperventilate. I didn't want to say no, but I didn't want to say yes yet either, and I was pretty sure maybe wasn't an option in this scenario. He laughed and squeezed my hand.
Breathe, Cori. It's not what you think.
It's not... I managed to squeak past the lump in my throat. He shook his head.
It's not.
I pulled in a couple deep breaths and released them slowly. Arching a brow, he asked,
Are you okay now?
I nodded. Golden. He laughed, his dimples deepening, and the candlelight flickered in his emerald eyes. I looked down into the box he was holding open across the table. Nestled inside was a beautiful ring with 2 platinum and diamond hearts intertwined. I met his gaze and held my breath as he spoke.
It's Been a rough year for us. I know it's hard to make enough time to spend evenings like this together, or to even carve out an afternoon to just enjoy each other's company. But we've gotten to know each other, and what I do know about you, I love. So I got you this ring, my heart and your heart. A promise to make time for each other and to get to know each other inside and out, and to give this relationship the dedication it deserves. Deal?
I grinned at him, my heart full. We were so in tune that I had no doubt we'd eventually be adding another set of rings to this solitary one, but not until we were ready. Deal, I said, leaning across the table to give him a long, steamy kiss.
Excellent.
He said when we finally pulled apart.
Now, it's time for dessert.
Like I said, he knew me well. Right at that moment, the stars aligned. It was one of those rare, perfect moments when everything is exactly as it should be and you wouldn't change a single thing. In a word, it was magical. This has been Better Off Dead, a Cori Sloane witch mystery. Cori Sloane Witch Mysteries Book 4. Written by Tegan Maher. Narrated by Scarlet Cross. Copyright 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025 by Tegan Maher. Production copyright by Tegan Maher.